Chapter 3697. You guys are really ruthless. Hong Tianbu said. How could a sacred ground be so despicable? You guys only have two choices. First, die now. Second, live for another 10 years. I can guarantee that you guys will live an exciting life. Duanmu Shui said. Exciting your head. Ling Han sneered. I'll let you have this chance. Hee, if I am talented enough, I am willing to be a cauldron and contribute to the sacred ground. Rui Mu Shui said indifferently, this is a great mission. You might only have 10 years of exciting life, but in the future, your lives will be carried on by the envoys and shine on the entire universe. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. You don't have to say anything. Ling Han laughed out loud. You guys are just a sage faction. What are you acting like? Don't forget that you guys don't even have a sage. At most, you only have a few supremacies. How dare you talk about shining on the entire universe? What a joke. How dare you? Jiang Zhengping shouted. Duanmu Shui waved her hand and said, Young man, everyone has a predetermined fate. Your fate is to become the cauldron of the 12 envoys and burn yourself. Humph. Hong Tianbu sneered. He had obtained a personal disciple of a spirit transformation true lord, and his luck was heaven-defying. He even fused with the eye of an ancient ferocious creature and obtained countless secret treasures. Now, a life core realm could trap him? Ling Han shook his head. Old man, do you know that you are planting the seeds of destruction for the sacred ground? Ha, ha ha ha. Duanmu Shui laughed. Jiang Zhengping and Ma Yufan also sneered. A mere Foundation Establishment Realm Junior actually dared to say that he wanted to destroy the sacred ground. Wasn't this a huge joke? Not to mention the fact that the sacred ground had a sage artifact and 4 supreme realm supremacies, even a few caste tripod realm experts would be able to easily kill Ling Han. Threatening the sacred ground? Hee, where did he get the courage from? Oh, what methods do you have? Show me. Duanmu Shui said. He was bored, which was why he teased such a small fry. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Ling Han smiled. You really want to see? Don't hide it. Use it, Duanmu Shui said indifferently. Will you regret it? Ling Han asked again. You only know how to talk glibly. I can't be bothered to waste any more time with you. Duanmu Shui sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Ling Han. A life core warrior made his move. Boom, his aura was like a mountain, crushing everything in its path. Ling Han took out the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda. This time, the treasure no longer concealed itself. Primal Chaos energy descended and lightning flashed. It emitted a great aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Duanmu Shui couldn't help but pause his attack. He stared fixedly at the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda, his eyes almost glowing. That's a saint tool. Lu Yin's heart thumped with excitement. Other than saint-tier materials, how could it have such an aura? He couldn't be blamed for not having good eyesight. Even if he was born in a holy land, it was impossible for him to see a saint artifact. Even a saint artifact couldn't be indestructible. Therefore, in order to make the saint artifact last as long as possible, the heaven and earth energy was used to suppress, seal, and slow down its aging. If he could obtain a saint-tier material, how strong would he become? Even if he handed it over to the upper echelons of the Holy Land, he would definitely make a great contribution and obtain unimaginable cultivation resources. Not to mention the true self realm, even the sect master realm might not be an extravagant hope. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to actually have such a treasure hidden on you. Duanmu Shui laughed loudly. He continued to stretch out his hand and grab at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. I brought this upon myself. With a thought, the 9th level of the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda opened. Boom! A terrifying heavenly Tao flame surged out and transformed into a boundless flame tide. This was the heavenly Tao flame. Even if its power had decreased compared to when it was in the flaming canyon, it could still burn a venerable to death. What a terrifying existence! Boom! The flame tide surged and instantly spread to Wuxia, Ma Yufan, and Jiang Zhengping. Ah! No! The three of them all screamed and revealed expressions of endless fear, but what was the use? When the flame swept past, not even a speck of ash was left behind. They were all extremely indignant, especially Wuxia. He was in the life core tier, and his true battle prowess could instantly kill Ling Han. But in front of the flame of the heavenly Tao, he had become a weakling that could not be any weaker. There was no need to mention Ma Yufan and Jiang Zhengping. Although they were the envoys of this generation, a mere foundation establishment realm cultivator was nothing in front of the heavenly Tao flame. Hong Tianbu, on the other hand, was really extraordinary. Ling Han clearly saw that when the heavenly Tao flame surged past, a huge eye appeared above his head and emitted light. It actually petrified the heavenly Tao flame for a moment. Although it was only for an instant, it gave him a chance to escape. He tore a talisman paper, and then with a whoosh, he instantly disappeared. This was a talisman soldier similar to the 10,000-mile escape technique. Ling Han was somewhat surprised. It seemed that he had still underestimated Hong Tianbu. He originally thought that the primordial fierce creature's eye that he had fused with would at most be at the sect master level, but looking at it now, it was very likely that it had reached the venerable level. Strange, the heavenly ocean planet was not a low-level planet. At most, it was a mid-level planet, so how could there be a giant like a venerable? Boom! Just as he was thinking, the heavenly Tao flame also spread wider and wider, as if it was going to turn the entire Holy Land into a sea of fire. The heavenly Tao flame was too terrifying, and it could even kill venerables. There was nothing that could stop it as it burned its way forward. Fortunately, the further it spread, the slower the heavenly Tao flame would advance. Otherwise, no one would have been able to escape. Even so, the entire Holy Land was in chaos, and miserable screams rang out incessantly. These people could leave, but the immortal stock could not. As it burned its way forward, the herb gardens along the way were not spared, and were all burned to ashes. Take this opportunity to escape. Ling Han thought to himself, and hurriedly used so close, yet worlds apart, and escaped without a trace. Who dares to be impudent in the Holy Land? A terrifying voice rang out, and then a giant figure appeared in the sky. It was at least 10,000 feet tall, but it seemed to be condensed from light, and did not seem to have a physical body. This was a venerable from the Gold Origin Holy Land. He lived at the peak of the mountain, so he was affected by the heavenly Tao flame slightly later, and thus lost the opportunity to attack immediately. He slapped down with his palm, wanting to extinguish the flame, but this slap only attracted the fire to himself. Not only did the flame not extinguish, but it also burned up along his hand. Boom! His entire body was burning fiercely. The heavenly Tao flame could kill a venerable. Heavens, even venerable Yuan Xiong is no match for it. Could it be that another holy land has invited a holy weapon to attack us? Seeing this, the survivors of the Holy Land all exclaimed in shock. Wang, just at this moment, a golden light soared up from the mountain, and then a golden ruler appeared in the air, emitting an indescribably terrifying aura. Holy weapon, Gold Origin Sky Measuring Ruler. More refreshing. Chapter 3698. The Heaven Measuring Metal Ruler, forged by the Gold Origin Saint in the past, was a true saint tool. As soon as the ruler appeared, endless golden light shone down. The power of heaven and earth was also drawn, condensing endless power of heaven and earth, suppressing the heavenly Tao fire. If the heavenly Tao fire had not been weakened, then even a saint tool would not be able to suppress it. This was a terrifying fire that could burn saints to death. However, the power of the heavenly Tao fire had been weakened, and was no match for a saint tool. However, the heavenly Tao fire was still the heavenly Tao fire. Although the heaven-measuring metal ruler could suppress it, it was not so easy to extinguish it. It could only eliminate the flames bit by bit, which was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least 8 to 10 days, or even longer. The only good news was that the fire had finally stopped spreading. The people of the Gold Origin Holy Land were furious and confused. What was going on? Which Holy Land had attacked? Otherwise, how could it be that even venerables could not withstand this fire, and even the heaven-measuring metal ruler had to expend so much effort to extinguish it? A grand Holy Land actually had 2/3 of its territory burned. There was no way to calculate how many people had died, but the herb garden could not be moved, so the losses could be seen clearly. There was only one word to describe it: heavy losses. Which force was it that had to take responsibility and compensate? Every disciple of the Holy Land was furious. They would not let this matter rest, never. Ling Han had already run out of the Holy Land. Now that the situation was so chaotic, who would care about a mere foundation-building cultivator like him? Moreover, he had already removed his armor and mask. The armor was already severely damaged, so he threw it away. The mask could also expose his identity, so he also threw it aside. Now, he was not the Niu Jianhua, who had participated in the Gold Origin Fruit Festival, but the young human-level low-level alchemist Ling Han. He first found the Empress and the others, and without saying much, left with them. When they arrived at the next city, Ling Han went out to inquire, and soon received news. The Golden Origin Holy Land had already summoned back 2 venerables who were out and 1 venerable who was in seclusion. With the addition of the venerable who was in charge, the 4 venerables were frantically searching for the whereabouts of the assailants. At first, they suspected that it was done by the other sacred grounds, especially the Scarlet Fire sacred ground. Their flaming mirror could spit out flames that could kill supremacies. However, if one were to carefully distinguish the power of the flames, it would be easy to discover that the flames blasted out by the mirror of blazing flame were different. Therefore, this shouldn't have anything to do with the fire sacred land. They traced the source of the flames and finally discovered that the flames had started from the location where the Metal Essence Fruit Festival was held. There were 12 outsiders at the time, and 10 of them had followed the 10 envoys. Only 2 of them had stayed behind. One was Hong Tianbu, the other was called Niu Jianhua. Therefore, this terrifying flame must have something to do with these 2 people. Find these 2. The Gold Origin Holy Lands issued a bounty for Hong Tianbu and Niu Jianhua. Both of them had names and backgrounds, so it wasn't difficult to find them. Hey, how did you become Niu Jianhua? The little loli licked the candy and suddenly exclaimed, "You've tricked people again." Ling Han laughed loudly. What great truth are you spouting? Since he was sure that this matter didn't involve him, Ling Han decided to return to Heavenly Sea Star. As for Princess Bai Xiao, it was said that those who didn't enter the top 12 had been expelled from the sacred ground, so he had to find a way back. Then he would first find Princess Bai Xiao and let her hitch a ride. Otherwise, she really couldn't return to Heavenly Sea Star. Now that the Gold Origin Holy Land was so badly burned, how could he be in the mood to send these people back? "Hey, husband, is this your new wife?" the Empress asked. "No." Ling Han immediately shook his head, his face full of righteousness. "Before, I only had one thought in my mind, and that was how to get you out. How could I be in the mood to flirt with others?" "That's not necessarily true," the Empress said indifferently. "Husband, you are so outstanding that there are too many women who throw themselves at you. It was impossible for a monster race princess to be possible." "Yes, father is the most outstanding." Third baby nodded. She was like the Empress, a tsundere type. "Okay, don't flatter me. Let's quickly find someone and then go back," Ling Han said. As the main culprit, Ling Han still felt a little guilty. Naturally, he would feel safer if he left as soon as possible. He went to find Princess Bai Xiao. She was in Seven Void City. Everyone who came to participate in the Gold Origin Fruit Festival stayed here. The Gold Origin Holy Land said that they would send them back in the future, but it didn't say how long. Thus, Ling Han easily found Princess Bai Xiao. Hey, these two are. Princess Bai Xiao was surprised when she saw the Empress and Hunyo. She didn't remember Ling Han having these two people by his side. Oh, they are both my wives, Ling Han said casually. Princess Bai Xiao was instantly stunned. Did he come to participate in the Gold Origin Fruit Festival or to pick up girls? Moreover, he picked up two at once. Ling Han laughed. We are married long ago, and have groups of children and grandchildren. This was the truth, but how could Princess Bai Xiao believe it? Look at yourself, you are only 20 years old, and you have grandchildren? Hee hee. Princess Bai Xiao shook her head secretly. Bah, this playboy. If she had known earlier, she would have made her move earlier and pushed Ling Han down. In that case, she would at least be the first madam. Bah, what nonsense was she thinking? She didn't like this playboy. They returned, and the shuttle broke through the air, heading towards Heavenly Sea Star. Shuttling through nodes along the way, this was another long journey of half a year. Ling Han didn't feel that time was running out. Although he couldn't cultivate, he could study the array patterns, which required endless time and energy. Unknowingly, half a year passed, and the shuttle finally returned to Heavenly Sea Star. Ling Han couldn't help but think that it would be great if there was a teleportation array on Heavenly Sea Star that led directly to other planets. Then, with just a xiu, he could cross the endless star distance and reach his destination. At most, he would just have to jump between several arrays a few times. Returning to the imperial capital, Ling Han first went to see Lin Luo and the others. As expected of almighty elites who could cultivate to the seventh step in the origin world. Those former seventh-step heavenly venerables had now advanced into the opening aperture tier, and they could reach such heights in a year and a half. Even with the help of cultivation resources provided by Ling Han, it could still be seen that they were very talented. In contrast, because the Empress followed Ling Han to the mystic moon star, they lost a year of cultivation time. Currently, they were only at the blood transformation realm, which was much inferior. Unfortunately, even Lin Luo and the others couldn't cultivate the 7 transformations, 7 bones, and 7 patterns. Since Ling Han was the only one who could do it, then a special case like him could be ignored. He could break the limit in every realm, no matter where he was a genius among geniuses. After entering the immortal path, all of them could become 4-star geniuses or even higher. It wouldn't be long before Lin Luo and Zhou Heng could share Ling Han's burden. Ling Han temporarily lay dormant and studied the array. Chapter 3700. Ling Han patted Xianyuan Dinghua on the shoulder. Be realistic. But if it's just this, it's still not big news, right? It could only be said that Heavenly Sea Star had a glorious history. Xianyuan Dinghua glanced at him. You are too impatient. Can't you wait for me to finish? Ling Han raised his hands. Okay, go ahead. I won't interrupt. Xianyuan Dinghua said, since Heavenly Sea Star once had a saint, of course, it has the inheritance of the saint. Ling Han took it seriously. Now we know the whereabouts of the saint's inheritance. Look at you. You just said you won't interrupt. Why are you interrupting again? Xianyuan Dinghua pointed at him. Ling Han was speechless. You will be beaten up if you talk like this. During the war, the nearby star field was turned into a dead star. Even after the war, no one could enter for tens of thousands of years. They would be killed by the chaotic energy, Xianyuan Dinghua said. When the chaotic energy dissipated a little, some powerful people entered to search for the saint's inheritance, but they never found it. After searching for tens of thousands of years, everyone thought that the saint's inheritance was destroyed in the war. Since then, Heavenly Sea Star has become a small star, and no one cares about it. Xianyuan Dinghua paused and said, until now. What's wrong now? Ling Han asked. Now? Xianyuan Dinghua said, didn't our Heavenly Sea Star become a cage? People like Primordial Immortal and Jiuling Immortal were locked up for thousands of years. They had nothing to do, so they did a lot of research and found some information about ancient times there. There are a few stone tablets, which record the inheritance of Saint Gu Yang. It is said that Saint Gu Yang couldn't find a suitable successor. He was worried that his Tao would be lost when his lifespan was up, so he set up a secret realm to test his descendants. As long as you pass the test, you can get the saint's inheritance. Xianyuan Dinghua was full of envy. If I can get the saint's inheritance, I can kill Spirit Immortal with one slap. Ling Han smiled and did not attack him. Even if one obtained the inheritance of a saint, the height one could reach would depend on one's own talent. Otherwise, wouldn't the Holy Land be filled with venerables and sect masters? The sage's inheritance could indeed allow a martial artist to reach a higher level. However, if casting a cauldron was the original limit, then the most one could do now was to reach the life dance stage. It was impossible for him to break through to the next level. Xianyuan Dinghua had yet to reach the mystic-seeking realm. His talent could only be considered average. In the future, it would be his limit to leap over the immortal gate. Wanting to kill perfected Lord Spirit transformation with a slap was destined to be a beautiful dream. Right now, the four true monarchs are all searching for the location of that secret realm. Xianyuan Dinghua said, it said that the mystic realm has opened in the past tens of thousands of years, but no one has passed the test. The mystic realm should be opening soon. I must seize this opportunity and soar into the sky. Xianyuan Dinghua patted Ling Han on the shoulder. From now on, let me protect you. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and nodded. All right. His heart was moved. Although he could cultivate the Great Sun Lotus technique, that was the reward for passing the lowest level of the Black Iron 9-storied pagoda. How good could it be? If he could obtain a sage's mental cultivation method, then his cultivation speed would definitely increase by a level. Look, it had been more than a year, but he hadn't made much progress in the human foundation building stage. His cultivation method was really too weak. There were naturally other reasons. For example, he had spent an entire year traveling through the stars and couldn't cultivate at all. Ling Han secretly decided that if the mystic realm opened, he would definitely join in. I reckon that the mystic realm is in our Xianbei nation. Otherwise, the four perfected lords of spirit transformation could have searched for it themselves. Why would they spread the news? They must have wanted His Majesty's cooperation, Xianyuan Dinghua said. Ling Han agreed. Otherwise, the four perfected lords of spirit transformation would have made a fortune in silence. Could it be that the reason why the primordial lords of spirit transformation escaped from the cage but didn't hide from the Azure Dragon Empire was because of the inheritance of Sage Gu Yang? It was very possible. It was absolutely worth the risk for the inheritance of a sage. Maybe they would have the chance to become a sage. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for them to seek revenge from the Azure Dragon Empire. Even if they couldn't become a sage, they could go one step further and become a sect master level expert. The world was so big, where couldn't they go? Ling Han wanted to refine the Greenwood spiritual restoration pill, but he couldn't find the Fox Greenwood. It was controlled by the 5 spirit transformation realm forces and couldn't be bought. The current Heavenly Sea Star seemed to be in its enlightenment period. The market was not healthy, and the only alchemist above the immortal path was probably Ling Han. In such an environment, how could immortal great herbs be circulated? Ling Han couldn't help but think of leaving Heavenly Sea Star. Here, his alchemy skills couldn't be displayed at all. However, it was better to wait for the mystic realm first. A few days later, Ling Han was studying the formation, but his heart suddenly palpitated. He opened the door and looked into the distance, only to see a pillar of light soaring into the sky. It was even brighter than the sun. After a while, the light beam disappeared. An hour later, the light beam reappeared as if it was sending a signal. There were many versions of this light. Some said that a treasure was about to be born, some thought that a powerful expert was refining an immortal pill, and that it was a beam of celestial light. Some said that an innate divine body was about to be born. Many people believed each version. But in the end, these were all proved to be rumors. This was a mystic realm that was about to be born, and this mystic realm was the Hidden Moon mystic realm where one could obtain the inheritance of Saint Guyang. Ling Han took the Empress and the others to the place where the light beam came from. It was an ordinary place. It was a wasteland with only a few weeds growing occasionally. It seemed to have little vitality. But every hour, a thick beam of light would soar into the sky and disappear into the depths of the universe. Where was the mystic realm? It hadn't been officially opened yet, so there was no entrance. Ling Han stayed nearby. Once the mystic realm opened, he would be the first to enter. And in the next few days, the situation was turbulent. Because the secret territory was within the Xianbei country, how could the primordial true sovereign and the others just sit back and watch? They brought a large number of experts with them to pressure Chen Fengyan. It was obvious that once the secret territory opened, they would enter as well. Not only that, but in various places of Heavenly Sea Star, teleportation arrays flashed and many young geniuses poured in. These young geniuses carried letters of at least the sect master level, hoping that Chen Fengyan, primordial true lord, and other experts would give them face and let them enter the mystic realm. Chapter 3701. Why have so many extraterrestrial visitors been alarmed? It turned out that the light of this secret land was so bright that it could be seen from several nearby star areas. The powerful figures calculated and found that the Enyang secret land was opening again, so they opened the transmission array and sent their descendants to the Heavenly Sea Star. Because Heavenly Sea Star was a large planet in ancient times, there was no lack of interstellar teleportation arrays. But later, Heavenly Sea Star disintegrated and its level plummeted, so no one was teleported here anymore. This teleportation required a large amount of resources. Even the Holy Lands would feel the pinch. However, it was different this time. The Hidden Moon realm was directly related to the inheritance of a saint. Even a spirit transformation realm power would grit their teeth and send their juniors over. Regarding the Masked Moon secret realm, those visitors from the outer space knew more. This place only opened once every 10,000 years, and the condition to enter was to be at the Foundation establishment Cauldron Forging realm or above. However, their cultivation would be reduced to the Foundation establishment realm. 10,000 years ago, the Masked Moon mystic realm had actually opened, but no one had obtained the sage's inheritance. This time, the Masked Moon mystic realm was about to open. Therefore, those who knew about the Masked Moon mystic realm immediately sent their people over to fight for the opportunity. Who wouldn't be tempted by the inheritance of a saint? However, the higher the cultivation of the person, the greater the price to pay. In any case, even sect masters would have their cultivation weakened when they entered the secret realm, so what was the point of such a big shot coming? Therefore, they only sent their juniors over with a letter. No one on Heavenly Sea Star would dare to disrespect them. If they were really angered and teleported here at all costs, wouldn't Heavenly Ocean Star be destroyed in an instant? When the Heavenly Sea Star recovered, many of the best of the younger generation came, such as Niu Jianhua and the others. They wanted to get top Foundation establishment divine stones here and snatch opportunities. But in comparison, the previous group of people could only be considered ordinary. Would the true geniuses of the great sects lack such low-level materials? Therefore, when the inheritance of the sage was involved, a true genius finally came. It was said that the geniuses who came this time were extraordinary. There was no lack of 3-star geniuses, and it was said that there were even 4-star geniuses. Because the basic requirement to enter the mystery realm was to reach the foundation level, Ling Han sent the Empress, Hun Yo, and the others back to the imperial capital first. That was the main camp of Black North Country. At present, no one dared to act recklessly, so it was relatively safe. When Ling Han returned, only Princess Bai Xiao and 6th baby were left with him. Princess Bai Xiao had advanced into the Zhuji tier, so she naturally had to enter the Masked Moon mystery realm. 6th baby's invisibility technique had great uses, so he was left behind by Ling Han. The rest of the 6th baby was in the imperial capital to protect the Empress and the others. Tang Yun also stayed in the imperial capital. She had already been conquered by the Empress's charm, sticking to the Empress every day like a shadow. Since the Empress didn't come, she naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Ling Han. Besides, she couldn't enter the mystic realm. Everyone was waiting. Since the secret realm was glowing, it meant that the opening time was near. Some people were very low-key, just waiting in the dark, but some people were very arrogant. They were born on a high-level planet, and there were great figures like sect masters or even venerables behind them. Coming to such a backward planet, how could they know how to restrain themselves? Who dared to touch them, who dared to punish them? Weren't they afraid that the big shots behind them would immediately come through the teleportation array and raise Heavenly Sea Planet to the ground? In the past few days, there were endless fights, and there were also slick extraterrestrial geniuses who held banquets to broaden their connections and prepare to enter the mystery realm. For example, although Ling Han was the first local genius, he was completely ignored. On such a backward planet, what kind of genius could there be? Even the strongest was only in the spirit transformation tier. In the eyes of these extraterrestrial geniuses, the saints' inheritance in the Masked Moon mystery realm was completely prepared for them. They only needed to enter, stretch out their hands, and they could obtain the saints' inheritance. Coming out of the mystery realm was the difficult part, because no force would let anyone easily take away the saints' inheritance, and there would definitely be a war. A large number of people gathered here, and it might not be a day or two. Therefore, many tents were set up nearby, and some people were even more exaggerated. There was even a small courtyard in their spatial instrument, and when they were thrown there, they looked just like the locals. There were all kinds of people, even geniuses. Some were diligent, some were casual, some were pure, and some were lustful. Recently, there had been more than one incident of women being molested, which made people panic. Many women now didn't dare to go out. With the increase of people, a small market was formed here. After all, every planet had its special products, and it was rare to sell them across the star field. This was a very good opportunity. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were also very interested, so they brought 6th baby to join in the fun. There were many of these things, and there were also many good things. Unfortunately, they all needed to be traded with Dao stones, and no one accepted the jade seeds. Ling Han only had 3 Dao stones on him, but there were a lot of 1 or 2 star materials. He had robbed so many people before, so naturally, he had gained a lot. He also set up a stall, and Princess Bai Xiao was the center of attention. A great beauty could always attract people's attention. As expected, people kept coming over, but after seeing the beauty, most of them would also look at the goods on the stall. If they liked it, they would naturally make a move. In fact, the best seller was the silver arowana. This kind of treasure belonged to the Holy Land, but there were only so many silver arowana. How could Ling Han take it out? He couldn't even split it among his own people. After selling for an entire morning, Ling Han had hundreds of Dao stones in his hands. He decided to pack up first and see if there was any green fox wood. If he refined the green wood spirit mending pill and combined it with the silver arowana, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. After looking around, he really did find the green fox wood. It was very old, and sold for 30 Dao stones each time. However, he only needed a tenth of it to refine pills, so he could refine it many times. "Friend, are you buying the green fox wood to refine the green wood spirit mending pill?" the stall owner asked. "Yes." Ling Han nodded. The stall owner revealed a surprised expression. "You know how to concoct pills?" "I know a little." Ling Han was very modest. "Then if you refine the green wood spirit mending pill, can you sell me a few?" The stall owner said, "In return, I can sell you green fox wood that is even older." Ling Han's eyes lit up. Of course, he was full of confidence in his own alchemy abilities. If he had a large supply of green fox wood, then the people around him would be able to guarantee their cultivation speed when they embarked on the path of immortality. "It's a deal." Ling Han paid the Dao stone and was about to call Princess Bai Xiao to leave, but when he looked left and right, he could not see the demon princess. Where is she? He couldn't help but feel strange. "Dad, that monkey princess went over there. She said that someone was selling a strange stone. She went to take a look." Sixth baby said. Monkey Princess Ling Han couldn't help but be angry and amused at the same time. When did the 7 milk babies give Princess Bai Xiao such a nickname? He carried sixth baby and walked towards the place where Princess Bai Xiao was. It wasn't far from him. However, before he could reach the place, he heard a loud noise. Chapter 3702. Scram. Princess Bai Xiao's voice rang out. "What a hot beauty, but I like it." Another man's voice rang out, sounding extremely shameless. "Beauty, follow me in the future. I'll buy you anything you want. I've already told you to scram." Princess Bai Xiao shouted once more, her tone filled with intense anger. "Tsk, your face is so white and tender. Come, let big brother touch it." That man said again. Boom! The sound of battle rang out, and an energy wave surged over. Ling Han's gaze sharpened. Someone was taking liberties with Princess Bai Xiao. Although he didn't have any thoughts about this demon race princess, there was no reason for him to let others bully her. It really is a rose with thorns. Big brother likes it. Lecture. Ling Han walked over and saw that Princess Bai Xiao was in an intense battle with a green-robed man. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old and had a frivolous expression. His attacks were even more despicable as he stared at Princess Bai Xiao's face, chest, and thighs while extending his claws. This made Princess Bai Xiao extremely fearful. Even if she could knock him down with a single strike, she wasn't willing to take the risk of letting him touch her jade body. She could only widen the distance between them and attack through the air with her strength. However, the green-clothed man closed in step by step, and every move he made was despicable, causing Princess Bai Xiao to angrily rebuke him again and again, yet she was helpless to do anything. This meant that even though the green-clothed man was shameless, his strength was extremely formidable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to force Princess Bai Xiao into such a sorry state. Now, this group of extraterrestrial visitors was here to seize the saint's inheritance. Not to mention the sect masters and venerable forces, even the successors of the Holy Land would be tempted. Wouldn't it be better to grasp two saints' ultimate arts? Therefore, the overall strength of this batch of young people was much stronger than the previous batch, be it in terms of realm or talent. Ling Han naturally couldn't bear to watch any longer. His figure flashed and arrived between Princess Bai Xiao and the azure-clothed man. "Fuck off." The green-robed man frowned, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. His right hand slapped out at Ling Han. Boom! The image of a moon in the sky illuminating the world appeared. Ling Han snorted and activated the demon monkey fist, clashing head-on with his opponent. Boom! The green-robed man's expression immediately changed, and he couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. He retreated 9 steps before he could stabilize his footing, but his face was completely red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Hey, Ho Qingbai was actually injured by someone. Someone immediately cried out from the side. Ho Qingbai is a Heaven Foundation establishment 2-star genius. The person who defeated him must be a Paramount Foundation establishment. That person should be a native of Heavenly Ocean Star. I've seen his holographic image before. I think his name is Ling Han. He and another genius, Hong Tianbu, are known as the Imperial Capital's 2 prides. The 2 prides of the Imperial Capital. I'm going to die of laughter. Even a mere native dares to boast like this. Don't forget, Ho Qingbai was just defeated by him. He's probably a 1-star genius at Foundation establishment. It wouldn't be strange if he could defeat Ho Qingbai. Originally, the crowd didn't take it to heart and were just looking at their own goods. However, Ho Qingbai was actually sent flying by a single punch from a native. This naturally attracted the attention of the crowd and they all walked over. Hey, this person's life aura isn't very strong. Someone sensed Ling Han's life aura and immediately revealed a surprised expression. It seems like he's only at Mortal Foundation establishment. How is that possible? A Mortal Foundation establishment 2-star genius can defeat a Heaven Foundation establishment 2-star genius. What kind of combat power does he have? He has to be at least 4 stars. 4 stars is such a backward celestial body. Is that even possible? It's indeed impossible. Everyone shook their heads. They all looked down on Heavenly Ocean Star. Naturally, they wouldn't believe that Ling Han was a 4-star genius. This was like someone saying that a saint was born on a small celestial body. What a joke. Ho Qingbai rubbed his chest, calming the discomfort in his body. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Ling Han. You actually dared to meddle in my business, and even dared to injure me. You must be tired of living. Ling Han put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, kneel down and apologize to my friend. Then I'll spare your life. Ho Qingbai couldn't help but laugh. It was ridiculous that a native dared to ask him to kneel and beg for mercy. Gigolo, you don't even know who I am. Ho Qingbai sneered. He was not stupid. Before he flirted with Princess Bai Xiao, he had already checked her identity. After all, it was very likely that there were real saintesses and imperial princesses here. He was courting death. But Princess Bai Xiao was a native. What kind of background could she have? That was why he was unscrupulous and treated Princess Bai Xiao as a meal. But who would have thought that another native would jump out and actually dare to ruin his plans and even injure him in public? This was intolerable. I am Ho Qingbai. My father is Huanlin sect's leader, Ho Longsheng, a minor realization expert, he said proudly. What kind of cultivation does the minor realization realm have? As long as one of them was dispatched, they could sweep across Heavenly Ocean Star. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to live. Ho Qingbai said indifferently, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Then I'll consider sparing your life. This was called giving him a taste of his own medicine. You want me to kneel? I'll make you kneel until your bones break. Hearing Ho Qingbai's words, the people around him sneered. Regardless of the truth of the matter, as guests from the outer space, they naturally stood on Ho Qingbai's side. They looked down on the natives. Look, the strongest person was only at the spirit transformation realm. How could they take him seriously? If you were weak, you would be beaten and bullied. This was the iron law of the cultivation world. No one would sympathize with the weak. The strong could do whatever they wanted. Ling Han smiled faintly. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel in 10 seconds, I'll kill you. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Ho Qingbai was embarrassed. Ling Han dared to not give him face? He had already revealed his identity. Damn it! Do you really want to die? Ho Qingbai sneered. He lightly pressed his chest, and a ray of light surged out, covering his entire body. Immediately, a set of green battle armor appeared on his body. This is the Flying Cloud armor, which can increase my combat power by 1 star, he said proudly. In the previous blow, Ling Han was only a little stronger than him. The gap was not as big as 1 star. 1, 2, 3. Ling Han counted. Ho Qingbai was furious. Ling Han didn't take him seriously at all. How could this native be so hateful? He gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to tear you into pieces and feed every piece of your flesh to the dogs. 6, 7, 8. Ling Han continued to count. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This native was really bold and had a personality. This show was a bit interesting. Reading on a mobile phone was refreshing. Chapter 3704. Ho Qingbai only felt his vision go black, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Ling Han. He wanted to attack, but as soon as he raised his hand, he groaned in pain. His armor was broken, and he had been hit by the beam of light. He was seriously injured, so how could he have any strength left? Ling Han slapped him, and pa. Ho Qingbai was slapped to the ground. Everyone sighed. This was the strength of an array master. They couldn't underestimate him. Look, without the slightest effort, a 2-star genius was defeated, and this was still a formation that Ling Han had set up at the last moment. If he had enough time to prepare, then even if he had to face 10 or even 100 Ho Qingbeis, Ling Han would probably still be the victorious party, right? Just think about those ancient ruins. In fact, there were arrays in them, and many people were trapped in them. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they were even more determined to make friends with Ling Han. Ling Han's heart also jumped. He had seen another path. If he could study arrays to the peak, could he even kill saints? Of course, he didn't know how far he had to go. Kneel and apologize, or die, he said coldly. Since he had said it, he naturally had to do it. Ho Qingbai raised his head. How could he kneel in front of everyone? He sneered, do you dare kill me? If I die, my life tablet will immediately shatter, and my father will immediately receive the news. At that time, he will come to kill me. Not just you, but the entire heavenly starry star will be buried with me. Kill me, kill me. Ling Han's eyes sharpened. He hated threats the most. So what if it was a sect master level almighty? At worst, he could use the heavenly flame to burn them. Anyway, he still had 8 chances to use it. But there was one problem. If he used the heavenly flame again, it was very likely that he would absorb the gold origin Holy Land. As long as the other side compared them, they would find that the 2 flames were of the same origin. Naturally, he would be exposed as the real culprit behind the burning of the Holy Land. But so what? As you wish, Ling Han said coldly, his killing intent surging like ice. Everyone grimaced. This fellow was just too decisive, right? He even killed a sect master level supreme being's heir just like that. Brother Ling, please be lenient. Someone immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Ho Qingbai is right. If a sect master level powerhouse arrives, the people here will be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if Brother Ling has a way to escape, the people here are innocent. It was a green-haired young man. His eyes were shining like little suns. It was unknown whether he was from a different race or he was born with a divine body. He smiled at Ling Han. My name is Cheng Fei, and I actually don't know Ho Qingbai, so Brother Ling shouldn't think that I'm speaking up for him. That's right. Brother Ling still has a bright and boundless future ahead of him. There's no need to ruin it here, another person advised. Princess Baishao also walked over and said, forget it. Ho Qingbai quickly apologized to this lady. Cheng Fei shouted at Ho Qingbai. Ho Qingbai's face was deathly pale. He had really been frightened by Ling Han just now. Ling Han's killing intent was like steel and ice, incomparably firm and bone-chilling. This made him realize that Ling Han wasn't just trying to scare him, but really dared to attack. When he thought of this, he was terrified. He was actually going to give up his life just to fight with a native for a moment of anger? Of course it wasn't worth it. Thus, he said to Princess Baishao, I'm sorry, I was rude. He swore that he would definitely get his revenge. In the future, he would make Ling Han kneel in front of him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, he would toy with Princess Baishao until she died. A pair of bitches actually dared to humiliate him. Princess Baishao hurriedly said to Ling Han, forget it, he already apologized. She was really worried about Ling Han and didn't want anything to happen to him. In any case, Ling Han had already stood up for her, and this made her feel sweet in her heart. Just when everyone thought that Ling Han was going to stop, they saw Ling Han raise his leg and suddenly kick out. Pa! Ho Qingbai fell to the ground. Ling Han walked over and pulled his upper body up. This time, Ho Qingbai was in a kneeling position. I told you to kneel and apologize, didn't you hear me clearly? He whispered in Ho Qingbai's ear while his right hand was squeezing the other's neck. You can test my courage and see if I dare to kill you. A terrifying chill immediately swept through Ho Qingbai's body, and he couldn't help but shiver. This killing intent was so cold that it went straight into his heart. He didn't dare to try. Just now, he was already frightened by Ling Han's killing intent. This guy really couldn't be measured by common sense. Maybe he would make a move. In any case, he was already in a kneeling position, so saying another sentence wouldn't make a difference. I'm sorry, I was wrong. He said to Princess Baishao again, his face flushed red. As the dignified son of the sect master, how could he bear to kneel and apologize in public? How shameful. How could he lose his face to another planet? Scram. Ling Han casually waved his hand and threw Ho Qingbai out. For a moment, everyone was speechless. This guy was too stubborn. If he said he wanted people to kneel and apologize, then he would definitely make them kneel. Just apologizing was useless. He was really too stubborn. But some people saw something deeper behind this, and that was Ling Han's determination. He wouldn't give up until he reached his goal, and he wouldn't compromise. This was an incomparably precious quality in martial art. He wouldn't give up no matter what difficulties he encountered, and he wouldn't turn back even if he ran into a wall. Instead, he would forcefully break through the wall or smash himself to death. No wonder this guy could move into formations at such a young age. With such perseverance and enough talent, it would be strange if he didn't have such achievements. Brother Ling, I'm Su Feilong. I want to be friends with you. I'm Zhuang Boming. Greetings, Brother Ling. Everyone gathered around, wanting to be friends with Ling Han. He was a formation genius and a future formation grandmaster. He was definitely worth befriending. As for offending Ho Qingbai, they were all descendants and successors of sect masters or even venerable level powerhouses. Would they be afraid? Ling Han also became enthusiastic and greeted everyone one by one. These people might become his connections after he entered the universe in the future, so he didn't mind making a few more friends. After talking for a while, he said to Princess Baishao, let's go back. Princess Baishao's mind was still filled with the scene of Ling Han forcing Ho Qingbai to kneel. Her heart surged. This man, in order to vent her anger, even beat the son of a sect master level elite as he pleased, and even forced him to lower his head and kneel to apologize. How could she not be moved? At this moment, she was really willing to give birth to monkeys for Ling Han. Yes, they were indeed monkeys. It didn't take long for the two of them to return to the camp. Ling Han began to set up the formation, preparing to refine the Greenwood Spirit replenishing pill. If he wasn't an array master, he would have to first buy the corresponding array foundation and then ask an array master to set up the formation for him. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Ling Han was an array master himself, so he could take care of everything. It began. Chapter 3705. Refining celestial grade pills was more complicated. Formations alone were not enough. A pill furnace was also needed, which was very important. Because the quality of the pill furnace would also affect the quality of the pills. Ling Han did not have a good pill furnace on hand, so he could only use the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower as a replacement. Why was the pill furnace so important? That was because the pill furnace was an artifact for alchemists. It would be fused with a trace of soul, so it would be extremely sensitive to changes in energy. Refining pills was actually using energy to extract medicinal properties, guide them, and fuse them. The more sensitive one was to energy, the higher the chances of refining pills, and the higher the quality of the pills would be. The chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower was Ling Han's artifact. It was made of gold and could be called the strongest pill furnace in the world. Ling Han activated the formation. Boom, the power of heaven and earth surged. The chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower floated up and down gently. Under Ling Han's guidance, the power of heaven and earth was extracted into the 9th floor. Now, only this floor was empty and could be used as the pill furnace space. Ling Han used that trace of soul to make slight adjustments, changing the strength and type of the energy that entered the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Xiao, materials were thrown out and absorbed by the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Ling Han carried out precise control. His consciousness turned into thin threads, inspecting every detail. The refining was carried out in an orderly manner. One of the biggest benefits of using the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower to refine pills was that the furnace would not explode. At most, the pills would be ruined and a portion of materials would be wasted. 3 hours passed. Ling Han could not help but frown. He had failed. The Alchemy Emperor had actually failed. Ling Han recalled the entire process and nodded. The recipe is fixed, but the age of the materials cannot completely match the recipe. So, I need to make slight adjustments. This is my mistake. He started again. After another 3 hours, Ling Han smiled. It was done. His mind moved. Xiao. 7 green pills flew out of the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. The quality of the pills is high grade. Ling Han laughed. He had succeeded on his second try, and it was high grade. What was there to be dissatisfied about? If I refine it a few more times, I will definitely be able to reach the supreme grade. However, after refining pills twice, Ling Han's mental strength was also greatly consumed, and he could no longer continue. He would rest first and come back tomorrow. He was not a stingy person, so he gave 2 Greenwood Spirit replenishing pills to Princess Bai Xiao and 6th baby. He could only take 1 pill a day. After all, it was a medicine with a certain degree of toxicity. Taking too many would not only be of no benefit to his cultivation, but it would also accumulate pill poison. When it reached a certain level, even a saint would not be able to save him. But for the vast majority of people, this problem did not exist. Who was so rich that they could eat Greenwood panacea every day and still have extra? Naturally, Princess Bai Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This Greenwood spiritual restoration pill was extremely precious and no one on Heavenly Sea Star could refine it. But after thinking about it, she still accepted it. Well, since I'm in too much debt, I'll pay with my body, she said in her heart. Her face was flushed, and she was extremely shy. However, sixth baby didn't want it. She said, "Father, we are special. No celestial medicine has any effect on us." "Hey, could it be that you grew out of the gourd vines, so you can't eat vegetables?" "Okay." Ling Han nodded. He trusted the milk babies very much and believed in their uniqueness. Since sixth baby said that the Greenwood spiritual restoration pill had no effect on her, then it definitely had no effect. Ling Han put away the pill. This thing should be one of the most practical pills for the Foundation Establishment realm. Now that there were many Foundation Establishment realm cultivators here, there should be a wide market for it and it could be sold for a high price. Moreover, he had promised the stall owner that he would sell him a portion of the Greenwood spiritual restoration pill in exchange for more green fox wood. When the time comes, one will regret not having enough pills, Ling Han said with a sigh. The next morning, when the sun rose, Ling Han first swallowed a Greenwood spiritual restoration pill and then began to cultivate. In this way, the effect of the pill could be maximized. Under the guidance of the large sun lotus technique, the power of heaven and earth surged into Ling Han's body. All the apertures in his body were opened, and there were 360 of them, which was 10 times more than the weakest foundation building tier. Naturally, his cultivation speed was also 10 times slower. In addition, there were two mysterious forces working in his body. They continuously transformed into mysterious forces that he could absorb and strengthen the Foundation Establishment realm of immortality. These were naturally the Greenwood spiritual restoration pill that he had just taken and the silver arowana that he had eaten earlier. The special characteristic of the silver arowana was that the effect would not be immediately apparent. Instead, it would take a while for the silver arowana to take effect. In particular, the effect of the Greenwood spiritual restoration pill was very obvious. Ling Han could clearly feel that his progress was much faster than the day before. "I don't know the limit of the Foundation Establishment realm, so I can't estimate my progress. I don't know if I have entered the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm." Ling Han rubbed his chin. "Forget it, I don't care about it. In any case, as long as I cultivate to the point where I can't advance any further, I will be at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm." He first concocted a cauldron of pills. This time, the quality of the pills was still high grade, and hadn't leaped into the supreme grade. However, the number of completed pills had reached 8, which meant that Ling Han had actually made some progress in concocting the Azure Wood Restore Spirit pill. It had only been one night, and he had only refined one more cauldron, but he had already made such progress. The title of Alchemy Emperor was not just for show. However, his mental energy was almost exhausted. Ling Han didn't want to tire himself out too much, so he didn't refine a second cauldron. He went to the market and found the stall owner from the day before. "Hey, brother, it's you," the stall owner said with a smile. "What's wrong? You've wasted all the materials, and you want to replenish them?" Ling Han laughed, drew out a pill bottle, and handed it over. "Hey, you succeeded?" The stall owner was skeptical. After taking the pill bottle, he opened the stopper and looked inside. He couldn't help but be moved. He had obviously eaten the Greenwood spiritual restoration pill before, so he was no stranger to it. This was definitely the real thing, and the quality was extraordinary. "You really succeeded." The stall owner looked at Ling Han in shock. It had only been a day, and he had succeeded. To most alchemists, it was already not bad if they could refine one cauldron of pills out of 10. So although he had sold Ling Han a piece of green fox wood, he didn't think that Ling Han could really refine anything. At least not so quickly. But Ling Han had succeeded, and the quality of the pill was so high. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. I am Lin Sun, let's be friends, the stall owner said. Ling Han. Ling Han also smiled, and stretched out his hand to the other. Lin Sun shook hands with Ling Han, and said, I come from the Eternal Star, also known as the Herb Garden Star. The environment there is especially suitable for growing celestial medicines. Many celestial medicines that don't grow on other stars can survive on the Herb Garden Star, and they grow well and quickly. Hehe, I came here this time to sell medicinal ingredients. Going to the mystic realm is just along the way. He was really honest. Chapter 3706. Ling Han and Lin Sun chatted for a while. As expected, Lin Sun kept his word and took out a few more sections of fox green wood to sell to Ling Han. They were much older than the previous section, and the price was quite fair. The two reached an agreement. No matter how many sections of fox green wood Lin Sun sold to Ling Han would sell the same amount of greenwood spirit mending pills to Lin Sun. It seemed that Ling Han had made a huge profit, but he was the alchemy emperor. His success rate was beyond imagination. For an ordinary alchemist, this was already a very high requirement. Ling Han learned that most of the people on the Herb Garden Star were herb farmers, but there was not a single alchemist. Thus, the herbs produced could only be sold and could not be used to refine pills. Although they were upstream of the pill industry, they did not earn much profit. The majority of the profits were taken by alchemists and medicinal groups. There was no other way. The medicinal groups around the Herb Garden Star worked together to drive down the price, causing the price of raw materials to not be high. Can't you transport the herbs out yourself? Ling Han asked. I thought about it, and I tried. Lin Sun shook his head. But there are interstellar pirates outside our star. They stole all our goods, and the result was even worse. Ling Han could not help but sneer. What interstellar pirates? It's most likely those medicinal groups in disguise. Sigh. Lin Sun sighed. There's nothing we can do. Although our Herb Garden Star is suitable for the growth of herbs, it's not suitable for the growth of martial artists. We can't produce any experts, so we can only be trampled on. Ling Han nodded. Then you've come out this time, firstly to sell medicine, and secondly to become stronger? If I can become a sect master in the future, I'd like to see who dares to bully our Herb Garden Star, Lin Sun said angrily. Ling Han paused and said, in the future, I can sell you 2 greenwood spirit mending pills every time. Really? Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Really? Ling Han nodded. Thank you. No need. I'm not giving you pills and collecting money. Ha. Lin Sun patted Ling Han's shoulder. The greenwood spirit replenishing pill had always been priceless. Apart from the holy sons and holy daughters of the large sects, other successors could rarely take it. Ling Han had done him a great favor by selling him an extra greenwood spiritual supplement pill. He didn't say any words of gratitude. Instead, he hid it in his heart. He would definitely repay him in the future. Ling Han taking out an extra greenwood spirit replenishing pill didn't mean much to him. As long as he had enough green fox wood, he, the alchemy emperor, didn't need to worry about not having enough medicine to eat. Moreover, he was born on the Herb Garden Star, so he definitely had the means to obtain a large number of precious medicinal ingredients. This network was incomparably useful to him. When Ling Han returned to his tent, he saw that there were already many people waiting for him, wanting to get to know him better. A genius array master was really worth befriending. Ling Han was also a good judge of character. If he could get along well with the other party, he would say a few more words. If he could not, he would not deliberately offend the other party, either. He was just too lazy to deal with them. If he spoke less, the other party would also know what was going on, and would not seek a rebuff. A few days later, someone issued a bounty. Whoever could kill Ling Han would be able to obtain 1,000 myriad Tao stones. When Ling Han received the news, he was extremely surprised. How could he receive the bounty? He didn't even know who the person who issued the bounty was. You're actually curious about this. Princess Baishao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shouldn't you be more concerned about who issued the bounty and how to deal with the possible assassins? Ling Han smiled slightly. It's most likely Ho Qingbai who issued the bounty. I'm thinking, if someone else really succeeds and goes to him to claim the bounty, what if he pats his butt and refuses to admit it? Princess Baishao was speechless. Ling Han quickly knew that this kind of bounty was not a joke. Although the universe was huge, after so many years of development, other than the endless edge of the universe, the entire world had already been connected. The interior of the star body was through the star vine, and the connection between the star body and the star body was through the spatial node. On the planet where martial art was developing normally, many people would buy a connection device to connect to the enormous interstellar network and understand the major events that were happening in the universe in real time. It was said that this interstellar network was constructed by an ancestral king in ancient times. He used his great magic power to open up spatial nodes. After the interstellar network was built, it also produced a type of virtual currency, the universe dollar. The stability of the universe dollar was maintained by the power of the ancestral king who built the interstellar network. They had a large number of Tao stones in their hands, ensuring that the universe dollar could definitely be exchanged for Tao stones. With such a foundation, it was possible to trade across the stars. The bounty on Ling Han's head was posted on the interstellar network. Whoever wanted to kill Ling Han had to upload the image of Ling Han's death, which would be recognized by this platform. Then, they would be able to directly transfer the 1,000 universe coins that the bounty holder had previously deducted into their account. Previously, the Xianbei country's internet platform was the prototype of the interstellar network. However, there was no star vine at that time, so they had to rely on satellites and optical cables. As an ancient person from 2,000 years ago, Chen Fengyan definitely knew about the interstellar network. Hey, there's actually such a good thing. Ling Han was surprised. Unfortunately, he did not have a connection device, so he could not connect to the interstellar network. However, there were many extraterrestrial visitors here, so he could borrow them. Ling Han used someone else's connection device to log into the interstellar network. Immediately, an incomparably vast world appeared in front of him. Before this, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. The things he could come into contact with were incomparably poor. As long as you have enough universe dollars, you can also buy cultivation techniques, pill recipes, and formations. Ling Han nodded. If you want to obtain universe dollars, the fastest way is to charge Tao stones. Many stars have Chang clan's charging points. The Chang clan was the descendant of the ancestral king who built the interstellar network. Controlling such a huge network, after countless years, the Chang clan's wealth and power must have reached a terrifying level. Unfortunately, even with such astonishing resources, the Chang clan was not able to produce a second ancestral king. The difficulty of the emperor's road could be imagined. However, firstly, the Tao stones in my hands are limited, and secondly, there are no top-up points on Heavenly Sea Star. Then, I can only earn universe dollars first. I can auction the Greenwood Spirit replenishing pill and let others transfer it to me through the interstellar network. No wonder when I was selling the materials, there were people who asked me for my account number. I don't have an account number, but Lin Sun should have one. I'll put the money with him first. I'll ask him what his account number is tomorrow. Ling Han scanned through it. Pill formulas were extremely expensive, and the cheapest immortal-grade pill formulas cost 500 Tao stones. Furthermore, pill formulas were unique, which meant that after you obtained a new pill formula, you could apply for a patent on the interstellar platform. Even if others bought this pill formula from you, they were not allowed to sell it on the interstellar network. The same was true for cultivation techniques and formations. They protected the original creator's labor as much as possible. Of course, to the Chong clan, they could read all the cultivation techniques, pill formulas, and array formations in the world without paying the slightest price. Therefore, it would be difficult for the Chong clan not to be powerful. Chapter 3708. However, those extraterrestrial geniuses came here and paid a huge price, not for business, but because they had some treasures that they didn't need and wanted to use this opportunity to exchange them. Therefore, after a few days, the market became deserted. There were many people shopping and few people selling. In the end, almost everyone was a spectator. Lin Sun also closed his stall. He planned to sell the herbs to Ling Han because he saw Ling Han's genius in alchemy. Although Ling Han could only refine one kind of elixir now, his future was absolutely limitless, and they could cooperate for a long time. The most important thing was that Lin Sun also believed in Ling Han's character. The hidden moon realm didn't open for a long time, but those who should have come had already arrived. Everyone was waiting nearby. Some people didn't have much patience and fought every day. Fortunately, due to the majesty of the spirit transformation perfected lords, they didn't dare to kill. Just when Ling Han thought he would wait for Tang Yun, to return, the hidden moon realm suddenly opened. Without any warning, moonlight gushed out like a heavenly spring. Everyone ran out to see, and saw that the place where the pillar of light had been gushing out had been wrapped in endless moonlight, and from time to time, it was magnificent and spectacular. The hidden moon realm is open. Xiao, a figure flew over, standing proudly in the sky, exuding a powerful aura. Jiuling perfected Lord Xiao, more figures flew over, but there were pitifully few people who could stand still in the sky. This required at least the cultivation of the life core realm, and among the natives of Heavenly Sea Star, only Chen Fengyan met this standard. The others were all from the cage. The problem was, no matter how big the cage was, how many people could there be? Therefore, there were only a few hundred people standing in the sky now, which was naturally pitifully small compared to the tens of thousands of people on other stars. No wonder those extraterrestrial visitors looked down on Heavenly Sea Star. In terms of strength, Heavenly Sea Star was too weak. Work hard, go. Don't retreat in the face of difficulties, move forward bravely. Those experts all began to instruct their descendants. Very few of them told them to be extra careful, instead encouraging them to take risks. For the inheritance of the sage, shouldn't they? At this time, in order to seize the time, everyone entered the place shrouded in moonlight. Ling Han held sixth baby in his arms and walked over there. Princess Bai Xiao followed closely behind him. He could clearly feel the gazes of many people staring at him. Some of them were very obscure, and some of them were emitting undisguised killing intent. These people might not take 1,000 Dao stones to heart, but killing people in the secret realm was a matter of course. So, they could eliminate a competitor and earn some Dao stones at the same time. After all, this time, there were still no Daoist or Holy Maiden level geniuses coming over. Even if they were the key disciples of the great sects, the cultivation resources they received were still limited. 1,000 Dao stones was still a considerable amount of wealth. As for why there weren't any Dao children or saintesses, could it be that the great sects didn't think that they would be able to reap any rewards? That made sense. This secret realm had existed for millions of years, so there must have been true geniuses who had come here before, but none of them had passed. As time passed, those great sects were too lazy to waste their time on top-notch geniuses. Therefore, these slightly inferior geniuses replaced them. It did not matter if they could not obtain the saint's inheritance, at least they could gain some experience. Was that really so? Ling Han said in his heart, but his feet did not slow down at all. In the ancient ruins, he was not afraid of anyone targeting him. At most, he would fight. When it came to fighting, who was he afraid of among those of the same level? When Ling Han entered the moonlight, a mysterious power surged. It was strange and magnificent. Well, this is the power of teleportation. Ling Han was now well versed in formations. Although the number of formations he could set up was limited, he had no lack of understanding of formations. It was naturally not difficult to determine the type of formation. This secret realm is definitely not underground. It's not even on Heavenly Sea Star, but on a fragment of ancient Heavenly Sea Star. Ling Han took a few more steps, and the moonlight that filled the sky disappeared. He saw a wasteland in front of him, and when he looked up, the starry sky was different. Sure enough, this is definitely not Heavenly Sea Star. Otherwise, the position of the star would not have such a huge deviation. Where is this? Princess Bai Xiao also walked in and looked at the sky in surprise. We should have left Heavenly Sea Star, Ling Han said in a deep voice. Princess Bai Xiao frowned and said, if this is in the universe, why hasn't it been discovered after so many years? This was a problem. Although the vast sea of stars was vast, over the countless years, there must have been starships that explored mineral veins and alchemy star that found this place. Maybe it's the work of a sage. Ling Han thought for a moment, from the outside, maybe this place is a broken meteorite. Okay. Princess Bai Xiao nodded and reluctantly agreed with Ling Han's inference. Everyone who entered this place definitely did not appear here. Ling Han remembered clearly that there was a middle-aged man in black who walked in front of him, but when he came out, the man was gone. It was impossible that the other party was fast and had already run away. Ling Han believed in his eyesight. In this short period of time, the other party could have run away from the limits of his eyesight. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Although there was only one door to enter, during the teleportation process, everyone could have been randomly assigned to any corner. It could only be said that it was a coincidence that Princess Bai Xiao was able to follow behind him. Let's go. Ling Han said excitedly. Those geniuses from previous generations could not get the inheritance of a sage, but it did not mean that he could not. He was the man who obtained the mother gold. Speaking of which, if Wu Qingxiu could leave behind some inheritance, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Ling Han thought in his heart. This sage probably admired Great Emperor Wuya too much. He thought that in front of Great Emperor Wuya, his inheritance was not worth mentioning at all, so he simply let him die. Sigh, I don't mind. Ling Han's face was full of depression. To be able to become a sage, he was almost the strongest existence in the world. He must have obtained countless treasures in his life, and any one of them could save him hundreds or thousands of years of hard work. Ling Han, someone wants me to take your life. A slightly immature voice suddenly came from behind. Who is this? It feels so pretentious. Ling Han turned around and saw a 15 or 16-year-old youth behind him. He was really still wet behind the ears, and his face was full of childishness. This youth was called Zhuang Bufan. He came from an extraordinary background, and his elder brother was even one of the few geniuses. He had seen his elder brother act pretentiously everywhere since he was young, and it had left an indelible impression in his young heart. Of course, young people liked to imitate the people they admired. Therefore, his tone of voice was exactly the same as his elder brother. Very pretentious, very annoying. Chapter 3709. Ling Han looked at Zhuang Bufan with a smile, and said, "Children shouldn't speak like adults. Go home quickly." Zhuang Bufan was furious. He hated it when people called him childish. "Don't look down on me," he said loudly. Suddenly raising your voice is usually because you've been hit on the weak spot, and you've become angry out of humiliation. Ling Han said calmly. When it came to verbal skills, he was naturally very sharp after training with the large black dog. Zhuang Bufan's face instantly turned red. I'm already 16 years old, not a child. Fine, fine, fine. If you say you're not, then you're not. Come, sixth baby, give him a candy. Take it and go home quickly, Ling Han said. Damn it. Zhuang Bufan looked at the candy that sixth baby handed over, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He had put on a high and mighty front and said, "Someone wants me to take your life," which was full of arrogance. However, who would have thought that Ling Han would not play by the rules? He did not ask who it was, and did not fight with him in a flustered and exasperated manner. Instead, he teased him like he was a child. Now, he was about to explode with anger. No, he could not hold it in any longer. Xiao, he charged out and punched out. Sixth baby giggled and also leaped out of Ling Han's arms, charging towards Zhuang Bufan. Was a milk baby worthy of fighting with him? Zhuang Bufan humphed and waved his hand, wanting to sweep sixth baby to the side. He was very careful with this palm, and his strength was very gentle. However, when he struck out with his palm, he was shocked and suddenly realized that the entry requirement here was the foundation building tier. So, this milk baby was in the foundation building tier. Fuck, he was only 2 or 3 steps into the foundation building tier. What the hell was this? However, it was too late for him to change his attack. Sixth baby rushed over with a terrifying power that seemed capable of destroying the stars. She had an innate divine body, and her battle prowess was far superior to that of a normal foundation building cultivator. Fortunately, sixth baby was more skilled in stealth and penetration, and did not strengthen her attack. If it was elder baby, then the power of this violent monster would be many times stronger. Peng, the attack landed, and Zhuang Bufan screamed in pain as he was sent flying. Sixth baby clapped his hands, turned around, smiled, and said in a childish voice, "Done, let's call it a day." Ling Han nodded. "Let's go." This Zhuang Bufan could only be considered a child. Moreover, when he was fighting against sixth baby, he had deliberately used his soft power. For this reason, he did not intend to kill him. "Stop right there." Zhuang Bufan jumped up. "I was just careless." He was unconvinced. Previously, because sixth baby was too young, he didn't even use 1% of his strength. It was an unjust defeat. "You little brat, are you asking for a beating?" Sixth baby pointed at Zhuang Bufan and said, "Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" The corner of Zhuang Bufan's mouth twitched. Ling Han's mouth was venomous, but this kid wasn't any better. As expected, people who were not of the same family would not enter the same door. With a shake of his right hand, a long sword had already appeared in his hand. Wang, the body of the sword trembled slightly, and its entire body shone. Vein-like patterns shone, and it emitted a terrifying pressure. "Do you really want to play?" Ling Han laughed. "Come." Zhuang Bufan shouted loudly. "If you can take 10 moves from me, I won't kill you." "Sure." Ling Han's feet moved, and he already appeared in front of Zhuang Bufan. So fast. Zhuang Bufan was shocked. He couldn't even catch a trace of Ling Han. This speed was too fast. His reaction was not slow, and he immediately waved his sword and stabbed at Ling Han. The immortal tool displayed its might, and a large number of runes circulated. Ling Han smiled lightly. He opened his right hand, and with a pull, all the sword chi was absorbed into his palm. "You're courting death." Zhuang Bufan laughed coldly. Hong, the runes in the sword chi exploded, and its power was completely released. However, he immediately discovered that the energy exploded in Ling Han's hand, but it could not break through his opponent's control. Damn, what kind of hand is that? Is it made of immortal gold? How is it? Ling Han opened his hand, and the sword chi had already been completely dissolved by him. Zhuang Bufan was speechless. Was this the difference in strength? It was too big. I'm not your opponent, he said honestly, his face full of disappointment. Previously, he had thought too highly of himself. Thus, when he saw that the gap between him and Ling Han was so wide, he naturally felt incredibly dejected. Ling Han patted his shoulder. It's normal that you can't beat me. Could it be that you're at the Heaven Foundation Establishment realm, or even the Extreme Foundation Establishment realm? Zhuang Bufan's eyes lit up. He had just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, so it was normal that he couldn't beat a Heaven Foundation Establishment genius. No, I've just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, Ling Han said with a serious expression. Zhuang Bufan immediately felt as if he had received 10,000 points of damage. Both of them had just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, but there was such a huge gap between their strength. This showed just how lacking his talent was. Was that supposed to be comforting him? I'm invincible in the same realm, so you don't need to worry about it, Ling Han said. Zhuang Bufan glanced at Ling Han, and he felt his liver ache. You're the real pretentious expert. Who would dare say they were invincible in the same realm? In a battle of the same realm, you definitely won't be able to beat my brother, he said forcefully, as if he wanted to convince himself. Oh. Ling Han smiled. My brother is ranked around 88,000 in the Star Web Arena, Zhuang Bufan said proudly. PFFF. Ling Han couldn't help but burst out laughing. What was there to be proud of? However, he quickly retracted his smile because Zhuang Bufan was looking at him with a resentful gaze. That's indeed extraordinary. Princess Baishao interrupted. The Star Web Arena includes almost all the cultivators in the universe. Those who can enter the rankings are all super geniuses of a star field. That's right. Zhuang Bufan felt that he had finally met someone who understood him. Don't think that my brother's ranking is low. Although he's only around 80,000, he's still a top-notch existence in the Centaur star field. He's also the highest ranked in our Mingji star. Ling Han nodded and said, Your brother is at the Foundation Establishment realm? Humph, my brother is only 29 years old, but he's already a casting cauldron, Zhuang Bufan said proudly. Ling Han slapped the back of Zhuang Bufan's head. You're just a kid. Don't speak like an old man. Zhuang Bufan held his head and looked at Princess Baishao. He hoped that this beautiful big sister could control Ling Han and not treat him like a kid. Unfortunately, how could Princess Baishao help him? Casting cauldron? Then I can't fight with him at the same rank. However, when I connect to the star web in the future, I can spar with him, Ling Han muttered to himself. You're definitely not my brother's match. Zhuang Bufan had a kind of blind worship for his brother. What's your brother's name? In the future, you can go and challenge him. Ling Han smiled. Zhuang Fifan. Ling Han couldn't help but glance at him. I've discovered that the members of your clan are all quite shameless. One was extraordinary, and the other was extraordinary. You're the shameless one. Zhuang Bufan shouted. He naturally wanted to protect his family's dignity. Come, be my little brother. Ling Han suddenly had a strange idea. Chapter 37:10. Although Zhuang Bufan's name sounded pretentious, being able to reach Foundation establishment at the age of 16 showed that he was indeed talented. Of course, he couldn't be compared to the 7 babies, they were born from the gourd vines. I don't want to be your lackey. Zhuang Bufan objected loudly. Hee, you will agree. Ling Han laughed, his eyes somewhat sinister. What do you want to do? Zhuang Bufan's heart tightened. Ling Han smiled warmly. I want to hang you on a tree, take off your pants and spank you. Zhuang Bufan's breathing stopped. How could he treat him like this? How about it? Ling Han patted Zhuang Bufan's shoulder. Do you want to be my lackey? Yes. Zhuang Bufan gritted his teeth. If he really had to be spanked naked, he would go crazy. Then what should you call me? Ling Han asked patiently. Boss, Zhuang Bufan said softly. What? Boss? This time, his voice was much louder. Ling Han laughed. I was just joking with you. How could an upright person like me do something like hang someone up, take off their pants, and spank them? Princess Bai Xiao, sixth baby, and Zhuang Bufan all ridiculed him at the same time. You can do it, definitely. Ling Han blinked. Since when did his credibility become so low that even a baby like sixth baby had to ridicule him? Forget it, who cares? Ling Han was in a good mood after taking in a lackey. He borrowed Zhuang Bufan's communication device, but it couldn't connect to the galactic network. There's no network in the secret realm, Zhuang Bufan explained, but his tone was filled with mockery. Ling Han patted his shoulder. Come, say that again. Zhuang Bufan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and quickly said, Boss, there's no network in the secret realm. This sentence was much more respectful. Ling Han nodded in satisfaction and returned the communication device to Zhuang Bufan. If the galactic network couldn't be used, then they wouldn't be able to contact each other quickly. They had to return to the most primitive state of communication. Either they were face to face, or they were sending out signal flares. It was impossible for them to be far away. Many people have come this time. Not only are there no lack of experts, many of them have also joined hands. However, it is very likely that they have separated after entering. From the looks of it, it will be very difficult for them to gather again. After all, my cultivation level is a little low. If I were to fight against a 3-star or even 4-star genius of the Foundation establishment stage, it would be very difficult for me to defeat them unless I use the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda. Moreover, if there are too many of such opponents, I will also have a headache. Now, while these people have yet to gather, should either quickly find the sage's legacy or defeat them one by one. I can't let this drag on for too long. Ling Han thought. The four of them walked for a while, but this place was astonishingly big, and it was a boundless wasteland, with no end in sight. Ling Han decided to split up and explore in different directions before coming back to regroup. The four of them went in different directions and soon disappeared into the horizon. Ling Han did not care whether Zhuang Bufan would come back or not. After all, he had only accepted him as a follower on a whim. He used his art of flight. This place was not suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, so flying was not a problem. Ling Han did not fly forward. Instead, he flew straight up into the sky. After flying for about an hour, he realized that he could not go up anymore. A huge golden net appeared in the sky, preventing him from moving forward. This net was made up of many golden lines. Upon closer inspection, these golden lines were covered with mysterious patterns. This was a sage's spell formation. The people inside could not get out, and from the outside, could it be that this broken planet did not exist at all? Ling Han was very curious, but how could he see through a sage's means? After studying it for a while, he had no clue at all and could only descend. He continued forward, and after about half a day, the wasteland finally changed. Was this an ancient battlefield? Ling Han saw many corpses in front of him, as well as broken armor, weapons, and flags. The scale of the battle back then was definitely shocking. He was not the first person to arrive here. Many people had already entered the ancient battlefield area and were looking for armor and weapons. However, too much time had passed. Even the armors and weapons were tattered. Moreover, it wasn't their first time here. If there really was something valuable, would it be their turn to get their hands on it? Ling Han. Someone turned around, and when he saw him, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Though I don't care about that little bounty, since you've delivered yourself to me, I don't mind earning some extra income. It was a burly middle-aged man. He looked down at Ling Han with disdain. Ling Han smiled. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Did they all think that he was easy to bully? You are just a small fry on a backward planet. I can finish you off in one move. The other party rushed over and raised his hand, slamming it down on Ling Han's head. Ling Han stretched out his hand and caught the other party's wrist. What? The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression and hurriedly struggled, but his wrist seemed to have taken root in Ling Han's hand and couldn't move at all. I've always been an easy person to talk to. If you don't come looking for trouble, I won't bother to bully you. Ling Han said. He didn't look at the middle-aged man. Instead, he glanced at the others in the ancient battlefield. However, this doesn't mean that I won't kill. Boom! The heavenly Tao flame surged and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. Ah! That middle-aged man screamed, but it was only for an instant before he lost his voice. He was burned to ashes by the raging flames. Many people revealed expressions of fear. To most people, 1,000 Tao stones could be considered a small fortune. If it was just a passing matter, then no one would mind stretching out their hands. However, if it was possible to risk their lives, then no one would be willing to do so. It turned out that not only was Ling Han a genius array master, but he was also shockingly strong. It was better not to provoke him. However, there were those who were fearful, and naturally, there were those who didn't care. But a kid who just stepped into the foundation establishment stage. A blue-robed middle-aged man walked over with large strides. He actually had a fish's gills on the side of his mouth, which made him look very strange. Obviously, his original form should be some kind of fish, shrimp, or crab. His transformation was not thorough enough, so only his gills remained. I've long found you unpleasant to the eye. It's just that you've been hiding in the imperial capital. Now that Chen Fengyan is no longer protecting you, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The blue-robed middle-aged man said coldly and slammed his palm towards Ling Han. Ling Han swung his fist to meet it. Pang! The two forces vibrated and immediately swept up a lot of the wreckage in the vicinity. White bones danced and broken blades flew. The two of them were equally matched in this exchange. Indeed extraordinary. A mere foundation establishment stage can actually match the power of a peak foundation establishment stage. The blue-robed middle-aged man sneered. Unfortunately, I'm not at the foundation establishment stage but the cast tripod realm. He attacked once again. Chapter 37:12. Was it haunted, or was there some indescribable force supporting it, allowing the dead to rise again? Ling Han was leaning towards the latter. He did not sense any soul fluctuations, so this corpse must have crawled back up under the influence of some kind of force. Ka, ka, ka. The sounds did not stop. Countless corpses were crawling back up on their own. Some were still wearing tattered battle armor, and green flames danced in their eye sockets. Ka, ka, ka. Countless corpses were crawling up on their own. Some of them were still wearing tattered armor, and green flames were dancing in their eye sockets. These corpses all stared at Ling Han, and they all aimed their weapons at him. Their killing intent seethed, and it was almost tangible. But even so, this skeleton horseman still emitted a powerful aura. The sharp aura seemed to have solidified, and it wrapped around the battle spear in his hand. It was as if the heavens were pressing down, and he would be able to pierce through it with a single spear. But even so, this skeleton horseman still emitted a powerful aura. The sharp aura seemed to have solidified, and it wrapped around the battle spear in his hand. It was as if the heavens were pressing down, and he would be able to pierce through it with a single spear. Kill! This skeleton horseman said coldly. Instantly, the army of corpses charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han struck out with a baleful aura, but it had no effect. These were all soldiers of the army of corpses, and they were all dead creatures without souls. They could only move because they were controlled by some indescribable force. Thus, baleful aura attacks were naturally ineffective against them. Then let's switch again. Ho! Ling Han shouted, activating the 6-character Wisdom King mantra. The Buddhist chants were vast and mighty, but they still had no effect. This confirmed Ling Han's guess. Although the army of corpses looked frightening, they were not ghosts. Thus, the Buddhist chants were also ineffective against them. Boom! The army of corpses arrived, and a dense mass of saber chi and sword chi shot over. Ling Han opened up a screen of starlight. Pung, pung, pung. These attacks were all blocked. However, this volley of attacks had almost depleted the power of the starlight barrier. It would only take one more attack to shatter it. Of course, Ling Han would not sit and wait for death. No matter how confident he was, it was impossible for him to foolishly stay where he was and be bombarded by so many skeletons. In that case, no matter how strong he was, he would be blasted into pieces. Xiao, 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 he used his movement technique and leaped out of the encirclement. However, there were corpses everywhere. No matter where Ling Han ran to, all he could do was fight. Then let's fight. Ling Han let out a long howl and punched out with both his fists, executing the demon monkey fist. He was incomparably valiant. This army of corpses all had the strength of the human foundation building realm. The power of their joint attack was extremely terrifying, but their defense was relatively weak. Even if they were just grazed by the aftershock of Ling Han's punch, their bones would fly and they would immediately fall apart. Boom! His current strength was incomparably terrifying. When he punched out, the power of his punch could reach a distance of 300 meters, and it still maintained a powerful destructive power. With one punch, he could open up a large area in front of him. He was strangely fierce and domineering, and his battle prowess was terrifying. Meanwhile, the army of corpses had the advantage of endless numbers. It was as if there was no end to them, and they continued to charge over. These skeleton soldiers had no emotions and did not know pain. They only knew to fight, and this made them terrifying killing machines. More importantly, there were far, far too many of them. Just how big was this ancient battlefield? There were corpses everywhere, and now they were crawling up one after another. There was no end in sight. Just how long would they have to fight for? If it was someone else, they would definitely fight and retreat at the same time, wanting to leave this ancient battlefield. After all, there was a limit to one's strength. However, Ling Han did not retreat. In terms of strength, he could only match the peak of the Supreme Foundation building realm, but in terms of secret power reserves, he could completely challenge the Spirit Transformation True Monarch or even the Sect Master level. There was no helping it. Who asked him to have countless planes in his body, and they had all transformed into his secret realms? Come, fight, fight, fight. Hum, hum, hum. Ever since Ling Han stepped onto the path of immortality, he has never fought to his heart's content. He felt very satisfied. Actually, he could have summoned the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. This was the prototype of a royal weapon, and the chaotic air's defense was so strong that it would require multiple attacks from the Supreme Foundational Realm to break through. The attacks from the mortal Foundational Realm were completely negligible. But right now, Ling Han only wanted to fight. He only wanted to use his fists to settle everything. If he could avoid relying on external forces, then he wouldn't. Even if it was his own artifact, it was the same. The intensity of this battle was extremely high. If it was another foundation building tier cultivator, even if it was one at the extreme level of the foundation building tier, they would at most be exhausted after 2 or 3 hours. However, this was completely unsuitable for Ling Han. His strength was endless, and he was completely capable of fighting at this intensity for a few months. Of course, having secret power was one thing, but he also had to consider his body's limit. A few months would be too much, but a few days would be no problem. After a hard night of fighting, the first ray of sunlight appeared at dawn and shone down on the land. Instantly, the ferocious corpses seemed to have lost their motivation. They all fell to the ground and turned into inanimate objects. The sky was bright. Ling Han looked at the dazzling sunlight and thought to himself, these corpses probably only move at night, but what's the point of their existence? Huh! He froze and saw a ray of light envelop him. Then, a brand was left on his wrist and disappeared in a flash. Why did they all like to do this? Ling Han touched his wrist and stamped him again. Was this fun? Why not just give him some benefits, such as a huge leap in cultivation? That was more practical. He sat down and planned to cultivate, but he immediately discovered that the power of heaven and earth was extremely weak and could not support his cultivation at all. It could only help him recover his secret power. Was this because the land under his feet was not a celestial body, but a fragment of a celestial body? Was it a slightly larger meteorite? Ling Han still ate a verdant spiritual pill. Since he could not rely on the power of heaven and earth, he could only rely on medicinal pills. He used the Great Sun Lotus technique to push the medicinal power, and the silver arowana was also taking effect. Therefore, even without the help of the power of heaven and earth, Ling Han's cultivation was rapidly increasing. His humanity foundation was becoming stronger and stronger. At first, it was only the size of a soybean, but now it was slightly larger than a human head. This could be considered a telekinesis ritual implement. It could shrink in size, but its weight was extremely light. Therefore, even if it was used to attack, the effect could not be compared to a telekinesis ritual implement. Generally speaking, the limit of humanity foundation was the size of a manhole cover. Based on this calculation, Ling Han would probably need a few more months of cultivation to reach the end of foundation establishment. But he was not an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, so he did not know how much his humanity foundation could reach. He thought about it and decided to retreat first. After meeting up with sixth baby, Princess Bai Xiao, and Zhuang Bufan, he would return here and continue to explore this ancient battlefield. Chapter 37:13. Ling Han returned to the place where he had split up with Princess Bai Xiao and the others. Not long after, he saw Princess Bai Xiao and sixth baby appear one after another. However, Princess Bai Xiao was not alone. There was an imposing young man beside her. Who are you? Before Ling Han could start, the young man shouted at Ling Han. His tone was extremely harsh, and he was full of hostility towards Ling Han. Ling Han immediately understood. Princess Bai Xiao had met that person when she was alone. He was probably scared of being a celestial, so he had been following Princess Bai Xiao. Now that he saw her tryst with a man like him, he was naturally jealous. It has nothing to do with you, he said lightly. Oh, I know. You're the guy who has a bounty on his head. Your name is Ling something. The young man quickly recognized Ling Han's identity. He snorted and said, I don't want to kill a nobody like you. People will mistakenly think that I'm greedy for that little bit of Dao stone. Get lost. Shameless. Sixth baby said coquettishly. Father, beat him up. Beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. Sigh, even sixth baby had become so violent. Ling Han turned his head and said seriously, how many times have I taught you? We have to win people over with virtue. Princess Bai Xiao couldn't help but complain in her heart. You want to win people over with virtue? Don't be too violent. Yet the young man was infuriated by Ling Han and sixth baby's cooperation. He said menacingly, how dare you? You actually dare to be impudent in front of me, Zhan Hong. Do you know who I am? Ling Han smiled. I know. Didn't you say it yourself? You're called Zhan Hong? Yes, yes. Zhan Hong was stunned, but he felt that something was wrong. Did your parents want you to achieve great things, so they called you Zhan Hong? Sixth baby asked. However, the name and the future are usually opposite. For example, if someone is called Chongsheng, they usually won't live forever, but will die early. This damn child, what did he say? Then wouldn't my name be Zhan Hong be useless? Zhan Hong's gaze was cold as he said in a deep voice, there's no benefit in saying such words in front of me. For Lady Bai Zhao's sake, I'll let you go. Get lost immediately. Ling Han smiled at Princess Bai Zhao. Do you know this idiot? Princess Bai Zhao shrugged. He's the one who's always following me. I can't shake him off no matter what. This was also a clarification to Ling Han. I didn't have the slightest intention to flirt with him. Bastard! Zhan Hong roared and charged at Ling Han. He clearly didn't just want to beat Ling Han up. Instead, he wanted to kill him. A blood-red blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ling Han. Shua, saber chi swept out and transformed into a mournful rainbow that was incredibly thick and long. Ling Han used his immortal crossing finger and tapped out. Bam! The finger energy collided with the saber chi, but it was completely unable to block the saber chi and was forcefully shattered. However, the saber chi still slashed over majestically. It was as if even if there was a fortress of immortal gold in front of it, it could still be broken with a single slash. Zhan Hong revealed a disdainful smile. How powerful was his strength? How could a nobody like Ling Han be a match for him? Pang! The saber chi slashed down, raising a resplendent light and a huge explosion of energy. A dead man. Zhan Hong said in his heart. With this kind of strength, he dared to be impudent in front of him. He really didn't know where his confidence came from. However, when the energy surged past him, he revealed an expression of surprise. This was because Ling Han was standing there perfectly fine. Starlight flickered on his body, turning into something like a bell. He didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was also completely unharmed. That starlight was some kind of technique that Ling Han was circulating, or was it activated by a precious tool? Zhan Hong immediately regained his calm. So what if he blocked his blade? It could only be said that the other's strength was still barely enough. Not bad. To be able to block my blade, you can also be considered an expert among the Foundation establishment stage, he said proudly. I am ranked 90,000 in the Star Web Arena. Among the younger generation of planet Lin Yangxing, I am in the top 3. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Ranked in the 200,000, and you still dare to call yourself an expert? Are you an idiot? Zhan Hong shook his head. You really are an ignorant native of a backward land. You have no idea how vast the entire universe is, and how many cultivators there are. Foundation establishment is the first step on the path to immortality, so naturally, there are the most people. I might as well give you a general idea. The total number of Foundation establishment stage cultivators is about 10 billion. As long as you are ranked in the top 1 million, you are a 1 in 10,000 genius. How many Foundation establishment stage cultivators are there on a celestial body? Less than 100,000. Thus, although he was ranked in the 200,000, when placed on a certain celestial body, this result was enough to squeeze into the top 3. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses. Ling Han sighed and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. I didn't realize that you were still a chatterbox. I didn't even ask you, and you just blabbered on and on. Zhan Hong's mouth was half open. Are you a fucking idiot? Didn't you hear my explanation? I am an existence ranked in the top 200,000 in the universe. If placed on a certain celestial body, I would be a super genius in the top 3. Who wouldn't be in awe after hearing this? Or would they be scared witless? You actually said that I'm a chatterbox? He lost his patience and waved his blade again. This time, he wanted to blast Ling Han into pieces. Ling Han smiled faintly and used the demon monkey fist. Instantly, it was as if he had returned to the primordial era, where a demon monkey appeared and wanted to poke a hole in the sky. Bang! His fist was wrapped in heavenly Dao fire, and he met the blade's edge, using his bare fist to fight against the artifact. You're courting death. Zhan Hong sneered. Even if your battle prowess is higher than mine, using your bare fist to fight against an artifact is still an extremely stupid method. But he immediately paled, because when the blade hit his fist, there was actually no blood splattering. Instead, an incomparably thick power attacked him and drilled into his body, as if it wanted to shatter his internal organs. What was more frightening was that a blazing flame also burned over. In front of this flame, his protective mystic power was completely useless. He hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. The flame melted his protective physique, and the power of Ling Han's fist continuously surged over, causing direct damage to him. Wah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. But before it landed on the ground, it had already turned into steam and evaporated completely. Hiss! He had already dodged fast enough and only suffered a little bit of the power of the flame, but it actually had such terrifying power. This is the battle prowess of the top 3 celestial bodies? Ling Han's face was full of disappointment. Although it was just a simple sentence, to Zhan Hong, this sentence was like a knife, stabbing his heart until it bled. Damn it, damn it! He stared at Ling Han. Then come and have a taste of my demonic blood blade. 3 seals, release all of them. He pointed at the crimson saber in his hand 3 times. Boom! Instantly, the ordinary-looking crimson saber released a crimson glow that shot into the sky. A terrifying baleful aura spread out like a tide. Chapter 37:14. The seal on the blood saber was completely broken. Its baleful aura surged and soared into the sky. Zhan Hong revealed a proud expression. This was a precious treasure that had been passed down through the generations of the Zhan clan. Although its grade was not high, every generation's most outstanding member of the Zhan clan would use it to slay their enemies and drink their blood. After countless years of killing, this saber had drunk the blood of countless people, forming an endless baleful aura. Usually, it was sealed to prevent the killing intent from leaking, so it looked very ordinary. However, once the seal was removed, it would become the most powerful magic treasure in the Foundation establishment realm. However, after opening the seal, the killing intent would leak out. This was something that could not be helped. Zhan Hong felt that it was a pity and also a bit proud. He was the most outstanding descendant of the Zhan family in this generation, which was why he had the right to use the sky blood saber. You can die without regrets since you forced me to open the seal on the evil blood saber. He didn't waste any time and immediately charged at Ling Han. Hong, a baleful aura circulated. Even though Princess Baishao wasn't facing it head-on, her pretty face was still pale. Her heart felt like it was being tugged at by an ice-cold hand, and it was extremely uncomfortable. If she was like that, what about Ling Han? Princess Baishao couldn't help but feel anxious. Her concern caused her to be in a mess. Her delicate hands involuntarily clenched into fists in extreme nervousness. However, Ling Han did not take it to heart at all. His willpower was incomparably firm, and his immortal foundation was incomparably solid. He was the only one who could intimidate others. How could others possibly affect him? Boom, boom, boom. However, the power of the evil blood saber was not to be underestimated. With each slash, the blood shadow boiled. It was extremely terrifying. The fiendish aura of the demonic blood saber increased the sharpness of the saber. Even Ling Han didn't dare to face the saber with his bare fists and could only avoid it head-on. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Zhan Hong laughed crazily. When the seal on the evil blood saber was undone, not only would the fiendish energy suppress the opponent, but it would also affect him. It was hard to say whether he was controlling the evil blood saber or the evil blood saber was controlling him. Ling Han snorted. He had several ways to defeat Zhan Hong. For example, with the help of a teleportation array, he had full confidence that he could suppress his opponent. For example, he could summon the heavenly Tao flame and burn his opponent to death. This was a flame that even saints would frown at. It would be easy to burn a small foundation establishment cultivator to death. However, he had used it once, and Ling Han only had 8 chances left to use it. Of course, he didn't want to waste it on Zhan Hong. Also, he could use close, yet worlds apart, and then use the heavenly Tao flame energy and destruction energy to find his opponent's weak points to attack. That would also work, but it would take some time. Ling Han pushed these plans to the side. His opponent had a prized artifact, so did he. The primal chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda appeared. Wang, this supreme treasure appeared, floating above Ling Han's head. Strand after strand of chaotic energy descended, and the light of lightning flickered. This time, the precious artifact did not conceal itself, and instead emitted a supreme aura. The aura emitted by the demonic blood saber was immediately suppressed, and the range of the demonic aura kept shrinking. In the end, it retreated back into the saber. Damn, what's going on? Zhan Hong was dumbfounded. It was as if he had to pee and had just released it, but a peerless elite suddenly walked in front of him, scaring the pee back. But that was the demonic blood saber, and it had drunk endless blood. It was already an existence filled with demonic aura, and it was actually afraid? This was unimaginable. The aura of that pagoda was too astonishing. What kind of aura was that? Strands of it fell down, yet it felt heavier than a star. There was also that lightning. It seemed like even if he was struck by it, even if it was him, he would only be smashed into pieces. What treasure is this? Zhan Hong stared at the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda, his eyes filled with greed. How can a dead person have so much curiosity? Ling Han charged over and punched with both fists. Zhan Hong hurriedly swung his saber to meet it, but the demonic blood saber in his hand was restricted, and he could not use any power at all. And when the blade hit the chaotic energy, it could not break it at all. How heavy was that? Boom! Bolts of lightning shot out from the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda, blinding. This was a future imperial weapon. Even if its power was only at the Foundation establishment level now, it was still the overlord of Foundation establishment. Bolts of lightning shot out, and Zhan Hong could not dodge them at all. Instantly, he cried out in pain, and the smell of meat quickly spread. Oh, a little burnt. Ling Han was still teasing him. Zhan Hong was furious and anxious. He was a proud prodigy, was he going to be killed by someone? But while he still had many secret techniques that he had not used, the demonic blood saber was his strongest trump card. It was already suppressing Ling Han, so what was the point of using other techniques? If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. He revealed a pained expression, but he still took out a talisman without hesitation and slapped it on his body. This was the 10,000-mile escape talisman. It could instantly send him 10,000 miles away. It was his trump card to save his life. Want to run? Ling Han's eyes were sharp, and he humphed. Boom! The chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda spun lightly, and bolts of chaotic aura instantly pressed towards Zhan Hong. Crack! Zhan Hong's body immediately made the sound of his bones cracking. His entire body shrunk, and then with a bang, he lay on the ground. The true chaotic aura was as heavy as a planet. Because of Ling Han's realm, it could not reach such a terrifying level, but it was still not something a foundation establishment could contend against. At least, Zhan Hong could not. Ah! Zhan Hong screamed, and the bones all over his body were still cracking. This pressure was too terrifying, and even his internal organs were being squeezed intensely. He could explode into a paste at any time. Ling Han easily confiscated the 10,000-mile escape talisman and the demonic blood saber. He could not help but laugh. Don't you know that I am a famous thief? Among those who participated in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival, there should still be legends about him, right? Of course, everyone now thought that the masked man was Niu Jianhua. I admit defeat, Zhan Hong said through gritted teeth. This was a great humiliation to him. He was one of the top 3 young geniuses on Lin Yang planet, but he had actually been defeated so miserably. Alright, then accept your fate. Ling Han threw a punch, and bang, Zhan Hong's head exploded. The heavenly flame rolled out, and Zhan Hong's corpse was instantly burned to ashes. Zhan Hong would definitely not die in peace. I have already admitted defeat, so why are you still so ruthless? Of course, Ling Han would not leave any future trouble. There was no need to be polite to someone who wanted to kill him. After all, this was a mystery realm, and if he died, he could only accept his fate. Wait until nightfall. If Shuang Bufan still hasn't come, then we won't wait for him, Ling Han said. Princess Bai Xiao and Sixth Baby both talked about their experiences. After walking a long way forward, they entered an ancient battlefield. Then, at night, the corpses came to life and attacked them. Princess Bai Xiao charged back immediately, and Sixth Baby's attributes were special. He could directly escape into the void and would not be attacked at all. If it were not for the fact that they had agreed to meet up a day later, she could have easily advanced. Chapter 37:16. The specialty of the skeleton soldiers was that they were not afraid of death and were very strong in combat. However, their weakness was that they were very simple-minded and stupid. They only knew how to attack. If they were destroyed, then so be it. They would still be good skeletons the next night. In addition, the defense of these skeleton soldiers was extremely weak. It could be said that they were at the level of trash. This made them especially stupid and fragile when they encountered the array. When a beam of light hit them, they had no defense at all. Pa, pa, pa. Several skeleton soldiers were blown up by the beam of light. Ling Han's array could shoot out 36 beams of light at the same time. After a round of shooting, at least 100 skeleton soldiers were destroyed. The efficiency was extremely high. This allowed Ling Han to make time to prepare dinner. As for Princess Bai Xiao, she only needed to destroy a few that slipped through the net. The intensity of this battle was completely within her capabilities. Of course, the Sixth Baby did not appear. Once she appeared, she would attract a large number of skeleton soldiers, which would greatly increase the burden. After all, although the power of the Matrix was extraordinary, there were still gaps between the beams of light. They could only fire one round every second. Even so, in comparison, the two sides could be said to be two different worlds of ice and fire. Ling Han and the others were extremely relaxed. They actually had the time to prepare dinner. On the other side, the remaining people in the bitter battle had to seize the time to take pills to recover their secret power. They did not have the mood or time to do anything else. Was this the role of an array master? A considerable number of people were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have teamed up with Ling Han. No wonder he was so confident. It was not that he was too arrogant, but that array masters were truly extraordinary. In fact, Ling Han had another way to resist these skeleton soldiers. That was the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. This future Imperial weapon only needed to release chaotic aura. Which skeleton could break through? However, there were too many outsiders now. Ling Han naturally would not reveal the secret of the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Come, let's eat. Ling Han had already prepared the food and called out to Sixth Baby and Princess Bai Xiao. Sixth Baby immediately appeared. Eating was one of her hobbies. But as soon as Sixth Baby appeared, it immediately caused the nearby skeleton soldiers to go crazy. They surged over like a surging tide. Princess Bai Xiao was flustered. Although she was also a one-star genius, she had yet to enter the Foundation establishment realm. Ling Han smiled and pointed out casually. The immortal conquering finger was imbued with some heavenly Tao flame energy. The destructive power of the finger energy was astonishing. It destroyed at least a dozen skeleton soldiers. Come and eat, don't worry about it, he said. His 10 fingers moved about, and streams of energy shot out. No matter how many skeleton soldiers attacked him, he could easily block them. After all, he still had the help of the formation. Princess Bai Xiao also began to eat. For cultivators of the immortal path, food was not necessary, but if they were always plagued by hunger, it would definitely affect their battle strength. Seeing how relaxed the three of them were, Jin Jingtian and the others felt as though they were going crazy. This is too exaggerated. Are you here for a camping trip? Let's go. Jin Jingtian immediately made a decision. Yes, with the help of the formation, we can reduce a lot of pressure. The others nodded. This group of people slowly moved in Ling Han's direction. They couldn't move too fast, or they would suffer heavy losses if they messed up their formation. However, fighting positional warfare to resist the skeleton army's assault and facing the skeleton army's assault were two different things. The difficulty was on a completely different level. As a result, it was very difficult for them to advance. It took them nearly 20 minutes to finally reach Ling Han's group of 3. But the formation didn't differentiate between humans and skeleton soldiers. Naturally, they would be shot at if they charged in. Those people were in a sorry state, but there were many of them, so they still managed to force their way in. Furthermore, they had taken on a portion of the firepower, allowing the number of skeleton soldiers to charge through the formation to increase dramatically. Ling Han couldn't help being furious. These people were really selfish. Get out of here! He shouted and attacked Jin Jingtian and the others. Ling Han, you're really selfish. In the face of danger, you don't work together to get through it. Instead, you attack us. Jin Jingtian attacked first and rebuked Ling Han. Everyone nodded. You clearly have the ability to help everyone. Furthermore, you've already set up the formation, so you don't need to waste any energy. If you don't waste any energy, why not? Too petty, too selfish. Who was the selfish one? What reason did Ling Han have to help these people? They weren't related to him at all. Previously, when he was setting up the formation, why didn't these people help him? Now that he had finished setting up the formation, these people saw that there was a chance to benefit from it, so they all squeezed over with expressions of righteousness. Hey, could they be any more shameless? Ling Han snorted. Since you don't want to scram, then I'll kill until you're all terrified. Boom, he used the 3 styles of the war god. The energy of heaven and earth instantly surged toward him with him as the center. However, this energy couldn't be used for cultivation, so it could only stay in his body for a short while before it was all blasted out. This wasn't just the eruption of his strength, but also the addition of the energy of heaven and earth. It was incomparably majestic. Instantly, human figures flew into the air, dancing in the air. Ah! Someone let out a miserable scream. Those who fell into the army of skeletons wouldn't be merciful, and they directly killed them with their ice-cold blades. In just a short moment, 5 people had already died. Ling Han, you've really lost your mind. Jin Jingtian angrily rebuked. Ling Han only sneered coldly. Did he have any obligation to protect others? Not at all. Moreover, this was a treasure hunt in the mystic realm. Everyone was fighting for that sliver of fortune, and they were originally competitors. He had already clearly stated that he wouldn't form a team with them, yet they wanted to bask in his glory and were rejected by him. Yet, they still insisted on coming over. Did he deserve to be taken advantage of? He once again used the second style of the three styles of the war god. A majestic power swept over. Pa, pa, pa! Instantly, human figures flew into the air, like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Miserable screams rang out again. This time, another 3 people were blasted into the air and turned into skeleton soldiers. Ling Han, you've gone too far. Kill him. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they charged at Ling Han. Actually, if they hadn't come over, they could have completely blocked the skeleton soldiers' attacks. However, it would have been very exhausting. They wanted to take advantage of the situation, but not only did they fail to do so, they also suffered heavy losses. Ling Han's gaze was cold. These people disgusted him. This baby is going to die from anger. 6th baby said in a childish voice as she attacked everyone. She had an innate divine body and was naturally powerful. More importantly, she could escape into the void, and no attacks could hit her. This made everyone speechless. Only Princess Bai Xiao was the weakest. She had already put on her armor to increase her defense so that she wouldn't cause trouble for Ling Han. However, the people present were all shrewd, and they immediately saw this weakness. Capture this woman, Jin Jingtian said. Once they captured Princess Bai Xiao, they would be able to threaten Ling Han. Chapter 37:17. Despicable. Princess Bai Xiao gritted her teeth. Ling Han's expression was natural. This is their nature. They are just that vile. He had lived in the origin world for eons and naturally had a deep understanding of people's hearts. What ugly faces had he not seen before? Killing them was good enough. He protected Princess Bai Xiao while attacking in a frenzy, alternating between the heavenly Tao flame and the destructive energy. His attacks were incomparably violent, and no one dared to take them head-on. The scene was very chaotic. Now, there were 3 parties, Ling Han's group, Jin Jingtian's group, and the skeleton soldiers. All 3 parties were currently in a hostile state. However, Ling Han and Jin Jingtian's group were intelligent, after all. If they encountered danger, they would first give up fighting amongst themselves and focus on dealing with the skeleton soldiers, and only then would they target each other. The formation was also displaying its might. Light pillars danced chaotically as if creating a dazzling stage. As time passed, Jin Jingtian's group finally couldn't hold on any longer. They had to face the attacks of Ling Han and the skeleton soldiers at the same time. This was much more dangerous than facing the skeleton soldiers alone. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Jin Jingtian gave the order, and everyone hurriedly retreated from the formation. They formed a new formation to block the skeleton soldiers' attacks. Fear lingered in their hearts, and they were filled with terror toward Ling Han's battle prowess. Who would have thought that a formation master could actually have such terrifying combat strength? They couldn't even fight back. Of course, this was also related to the environment. With so many skeleton soldiers joining in on the fun, they had to split up a lot of their combat strength. When the sun rises, we must slaughter this person, Jin Jingtian said in a cold voice. Everyone nodded. In their eyes, Ling Han was truly despicable. There was clearly a formation that could block the army of corpses, yet he had forcefully kept them outside, and had even caused the deaths of many of them. Who were they? Which one of them wasn't an outstanding descendant of a great sect? Even if they weren't the best, they were still among the best. A mere native dared to trick them. They naturally couldn't tolerate it. Wait. The long night finally passed, and the first ray of sunlight shone down. Immediately, all the skeleton soldiers lost their strength and collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Jin Jingtian and the others leaped out and surrounded Ling Han and the other two. You guys haven't learned your lesson yet. Ling Han glanced at these people, his killing intent surging. Humph, there aren't any shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the ground to help you this time. Moreover, we won't be stupid enough to step into the formation. From his point of view, Ling Han's battle prowess was indeed extraordinary, but the real threat came from his array. Therefore, if he didn't step into the formation, Ling Han's battle strength would be halved. You guys stay here, Ling Han said to Princess Bai Xiao and sixth baby as he strode out of the matrix. Jin Jingtian and the rest were stunned. What was going on? Ling Han actually walked out on his own? If you were in the formation, we would still be a little afraid and would only be able to use long-range attacks. But now that you've come out, what else do we have to be afraid of? You're really courting death, Jin Jingtian said coldly. Let's attack together and kill him. Everyone was brimming with killing intent. Ling Han shook his head. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs. I'll send you on your way so you don't stain my eyes. Arrogant. Seeing that Ling Han was getting closer and closer, and was already far away from the formation, Jin Jingtian's heart was also becoming more and more certain. In his eyes, Ling Han was already a corpse. Kill! These people all shouted loudly as they charged toward Ling Han. No matter how much of a genius he was, there were still more than 30 of them, and there was no lack of Paramount Foundation establishment geniuses among them. A single move from each of them would be enough to beat him to the ground. Jin Jingtian also felt that Ling Han was purely courting death. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any way Ling Han could turn the tables. Ling Han smiled faintly and took out his Immortal Tao Foundation stone. Yes, the Immortal Tao Foundation stone. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Did he think that just because he was a Paramount Foundation establishment cultivator, he could use the Immortal Tao Foundation stone to intimidate others? Too naive. There was no lack of Paramount Foundation establishment cultivators here. Wang, a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone's faces paled, and they felt a strong sense of suffocation. They couldn't move, as if they were being suppressed by heaven and earth. If they took another step forward, it felt like their Immortal Tao Foundation stone would shatter. What was going on? Could it be because of the Immortal Tao Foundation stone? Everyone stopped. They didn't want their Immortal Tao Foundation stone to shatter, even if it was just a possibility. It was different. It really was different. Everyone stared at Ling Han's Immortal Tao Foundation stone. Its patterns were different from theirs. It exuded a primordial aura, as if it had existed for all eternity. How could there be such a terrifying Immortal Tao Foundation stone? Ling Han had even taken out his Immortal Tao Foundation stone. Naturally, he was determined to kill everyone here. Wang, the Primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower also appeared above his head. Streams of primal chaos poured down, able to suppress the heavens and suppress the earth. What treasure is this? My 3 stars whip is trembling. It seems to have encountered an emperor among treasures. Heavens, first it's the Immortal Tao Foundation stone with the power of suppression, and now it's this terrifying tower. Just what is this kid's background? Declined land. Pa. Declined land. How could a declined land give birth to such a genius and give birth to such a treasure? Everyone was shocked. Whether it was Ling Han's Immortal Tao Foundation stone or the Primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower, they both made them feel endless fear. This was the suppression of a higher level. Jin Jingtian, however, snorted, and said, "What are you panicking for? There are more than 30 of us here. Also, think about it, what if we could obtain such a treasure and cultivate such a immortal Tao foundation stone? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up, and they were filled with incomparable greed. Although the primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower could only be obtained by one person, Ling Han's immortal Tao foundation stone should have been formed by cultivating some kind of secret art. In that case, if they could cultivate this secret art, wouldn't they be too awesome? Once the immortal Tao foundation stone appeared, who could compete with it? Jin Jingtian was right. They had more than 30 people, and this was the perfect opportunity to take down Ling Han. Otherwise, if it was a one-on-one battle, would they have any chance of winning? Thinking of this, they were all filled with the desire to fight, and they were completely swayed by greed. Ling Han shook his head. Death is at hand, and yet you still have greedy thoughts. How foolish. He strode forward, and the immortal Tao foundation stone and the primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower displayed their might at the same time. The two could be said to be supreme existences releasing their might at the same time. One suppressed people, and the other suppressed treasures. Under the double suppression, even if they were limited by their cultivation level and could only unleash the might of a foundation establishment cultivator, their opponents were only at the foundation establishment stage. Everyone's expressions were ugly. Most of them couldn't even muster 10% of their combat power. Even a genius like Jin Jingtian could only unleash 1/3 of his strength at most. This was simply terrible. Chapter 37:18. A Beautiful Romance. The supreme cornerstone of the celestial path and the monarch weapon that would suppress everything in the future appeared at the same time. What kind of crushing effect was this? Everyone's bodies trembled, and they found it difficult to even breathe. How could they fight back? Jin Jingtian roared and charged at Ling Han. He was the organizer and leader of this temporary alliance. Now, he had to be the first to stand out. Otherwise, this team would be finished. He held a sword in his hand. With a tap of his foot, his figure broke through the air. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by Ling Han's cornerstone of the celestial path. He could only use less than 30% of his combat prowess. The sword in his hand was also an instrument, but it was suppressed by the monarch weapon and had no power. It could only be seen as a tool embryo. What kind of combat prowess could Jin Jingtian have? Ling Han met him and punched with both fists. Pang, 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 pang. He broke through Jin Jingtian's defense and punched him more than 10 times. He did not even look at Jin Jingtian and rushed toward the others. Pang, pang, pang. He punched one person at a time. As the power of his punches surged, everyone was sent flying. There were no exceptions. Before the first person landed, the second person had already flown up. Instantly, shadows danced in the air. At this time, Jin Jingtian slowly turned around. However, because of this movement, his entire body suddenly disintegrated and turned into a pile of flesh and broken bones. Just then, Ling Han's punches had already shattered his body into pieces. However, he was a genius of the foundational level after all. His breathing was extremely long, so he did not die immediately. However, the moment he moved, he collapsed. Everyone was shocked. This was Jin Jingtian, the strongest among them. However, even the strongest had fallen to such a state. Who would have the courage to fight against Ling Han? The remaining 20 or so people hurriedly turned around and ran, completely losing their courage. However, this was an ancient battlefield. Who could run fast? The murderous intent in the air was like knives that could easily cut through skin and tear apart bodies. Ling Han began a massacre. The aura of primal chaos descended. He completely ignored the existence of the murderous intent and could use his speed to the extreme. After all, this secret realm was only built by a saint. It could perfectly suppress most people. However, the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda was a prototype Emperor weapon. It was more than enough to protect one person. Otherwise, if a monarch armament were to appear, it would only need to shake it lightly to cause the entire secret realm to collapse. One side could only exert a third or, at most, half of the speed of sound, while the other could reach 20 times the speed of sound. Who would be able to defeat it? Screams rang out incessantly as Ling Han unleashed his full battle prowess. His left fist was filled with the heavenly Tao flame, while his right fist was filled with the destructive energy. He did not have a deep grasp over these two types of high-level energy, so he could only draw out a tiny bit of it. However, even that tiny bit of power was terrifying enough. With a single punch, his opponents were either burned to ashes or completely annihilated. None of them required another punch from him. Princess Baishao was dumbfounded. Was Ling Han really a human Foundation establishment cultivator? No, 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 even if he was at the Foundation establishment stage, could he be this strong? Monster, peerless genius, any kind of praise could be given to Ling Han, and there would not be the slightest bit of exaggeration. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, more than 30 people were all killed. Only then did Ling Han put away the Immortal Path Foundation Stone and the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda, and he began to search these people for treasures. He had already killed them, so was he going to waste them? Unfortunately, the communication device was bound to his soul. Even if he took it, he could only browse the interstellar network. He could not complete transactions, participate in arena battles, or other core elements. Dad, you're amazing. Sixth baby praised. Ling Han laughed. Of course. This was very arrogant, but Princess Baishao felt that Ling Han was being modest. If this kind of battle record was revealed, it should be able to shake the entire universe. You should be invincible in the Foundation establishment realm, right? She said emotionally. Ling Han shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. If I use all my trump cards, I should have no problem fighting against a 4-star genius in the Foundation establishment realm. However, if a 5-star genius in the Foundation establishment realm, or 2 or 3 4-star geniuses in the Foundation establishment realm comes, I probably won't be able to handle them. After all, whether it was him or the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda, they were both only in the Foundation establishment realm. Princess Baishao was speechless. This pretense was really high profile. Let's go. They hurriedly set off. If they did not hurry during the day, they could only fight hard at night. There was no way they could advance. A day passed, and the sky darkened in an instant. Needless to say, all the skeletons stood up at almost the same time. At this point, aside from the normal skeleton soldiers, the number of skeleton knights had also increased. They all sat on tall bone horses, and pointed at Ling Han and the others. Woo, ancient war drum sounded, and the low sound of a bugle horn soared into the skies. All the skeleton soldiers began to move, charging towards Ling Han and the others. Since the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda's power had already been exposed, Ling Han did not hide it anymore. He summoned it and floated above his head. Streams of chaotic aura descended, and bolts of lightning struck out continuously. Pa, pa, pa. The power of this lightning was terrifying. When it struck the skeleton soldiers, it directly blew them into pieces. They probably would not be able to assemble again the next day. As expected of a sovereign weapon. Even though it was only a prototype, its destructive power was still very strong. Ling Han's group did not need to defend at all. The chaotic aura descended, and it was not something that a single skeleton soldier could break. According to Ling Han's estimation, in order to break the defense of the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda at this stage, one would need to be at least a 4-star genius in the Foundation establishment realm. This was why Ling Han had said before that if he used all his trump cards, he could fight such a super expert. As for the skeleton soldiers, no matter how many there were, it was useless. The chaotic aura continued to fall, and there was no need to worry about it being broken after being weakened. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps was heard, like the rumbling of thunder. Ling Han looked over and saw a skeleton rider charging towards them. The four hooves of the skeleton horse stomped down, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Just how heavy were the man and the horse? They actually caused an earthquake. In just an instant, the skeleton knight had already rushed in front of Ling Han's group. Then, it waved the spear in its hand and stabbed towards sixth baby. Bang! The spear stabbed forward with great force, but it was completely unable to break through the defense of the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda. Under the huge recoil of power, the skeleton knight was thrown off its horse. Both the man and the horse fell heavily to the ground. A skull rolled out. It was the skeleton knight's head that had been knocked off. However, the headless body quickly walked towards the skull, picked it up, and put it on its neck. Pfft! Sixth baby instantly laughed. The skeleton knight had put its head upside down, but it immediately twisted its neck 180 degrees. It was done. Ling Han found it strange. Why was the army of skeletons here so targeting sixth baby? It was just a child. Was there a need to be so murderous? Chapter 37:20. People tended to follow blindly. When they saw Ling Han staying here, they all thought that there were some treasures or clues to the sage's inheritance, so they started searching outside the canyon. But no matter how hard they tried, they found nothing. In fact, there was nothing here. After a while, the team finally left helplessly. When night fell, Princess Bai Xiao returned with sixth baby. Not far away, the army of corpses on the ancient battlefield stood up again. Ling Han let out a long roar and charged in. Princess Bai Xiao's mouth was half open. This is what you want to verify? She didn't even have the energy to complain. If Ling Han walked out now, she would definitely touch his forehead to see if he had a high fever and was confused. Speechless, she was really speechless. Ling Han did not use any external power, and merely used his fists to battle fiercely. Pung, pung, pung. His battle prowess was astonishing, and with a single punch, at least a dozen skeleton soldiers were sent flying. White bones fell like rain. After a long night, the corpse army fell at the same time. Ling Han smiled. He had guessed correctly, because he felt that the power of heaven and earth had stamped another stamp on him. Could this have something to do with obtaining the sage's inheritance? Over the years, many geniuses must have come here, and there was no lack of amazing talents. Perhaps they weren't as monstrous as Ling Han, but there were definitely seedlings who could become sages. Why didn't any of them obtain the sage's inheritance? This meant that it wasn't just a matter of talent, but that they didn't meet the selection criteria of Sage Guiyang. Therefore, Ling Han believed that talent alone was useless. Maybe it would be the same for any great emperor who came here at a young age, and they would still return disappointed. This stamp was most likely a key point. Can we go now? Princess Bai Xiao said angrily. She was about to be mad at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. Let's wait for a few more days. Still waiting? Princess Bai Xiao's mouth twitched. Don't tell me you want to continue fighting there at night? You're really smart, Ling Han said with a smile. Princess Bai Xiao was instantly driven mad. Are you a battle maniac? Did you not fight enough yesterday? Although she was mad, she could not leave Ling Han alone. To her, the sage's inheritance did not seem to be that important. As long as she had such a person by her side, even if she was angered half to death, she would still feel sweet. Throughout the day, another 7 teams walked out of the ancient battlefield and entered the canyon. Seeing that Ling Han's group was actually in a daze in the valley, they couldn't help but reveal looks of disdain. What an idiot. He came early and didn't hurry up and move on. He was just sitting here and wasting time. Ling Han just smiled. There were at least a few million people who had entered this place before them. Why had none of them succeeded? Therefore, time was not the most important factor. Even if it was early, it would be useless. When night fell, Ling Han rushed into the ancient battlefield and continued fighting. A night passed, and Ling Han was once again stamped with another stamp. "Are you still not leaving today?" Princess Bai Xiao said helplessly. "Tisk, you're not only smart now, but you can also read minds." Ling Han laughed. Princess Bai Xiao only rolled her eyes at him and did not want to speak at all. These few days were the peak of passing through the ancient battlefield. Every day, there would be several teams passing through, and the highest number was 17 in one day. The reason why it was so late was probably because they had thought of a way to gather the people who had entered separately before starting to enter the ancient battlefield. There were many teams that invited Ling Han to join them, but they were all tactfully rejected by Ling Han. He had already fought here for 4 days. Every time he fought until the morning of the second day, a stamp would appear on his wrist. It could not be seen with the naked eye, and every stamp would overlap in the same place. He already had 5 stamps. Was it still not enough? It only took 3 days to pass through the ancient battlefield. Even if he walked slowly, the 4 days would have passed. In this case, he would need to fight for another 3 nights. Ling Han had already fought for 5 nights, but it was still the same. Could it be that his train of thought was wrong? Could the stamps stack up infinitely? This thought only flashed through Ling Han's mind for a moment before he threw it out. Even if that was the case, he would stick to his original idea until the end. On the path of cultivation, there were times when he would hit a wall and not turn back. From the 5th day onwards, the number of teams that passed through the ancient battlefield became fewer and fewer, dropping to 2 or 3 a day. On the 8th day, Ling Han met a team. This was not strange. What was strange was that Ho Qingbai was in the team. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. When Ho Qingbai saw Ling Han, he immediately revealed a cold smile and said, "Whoever kills this person for me, I will give him 5,000 Dao stones." The reason why he increased the bounty by 5 times in one go was because he wanted to personally see Ling Han die in front of him. However, no one accepted this mission. The members of their team were all descendants of the great sects and wealthy families. Although the 5,000 myriad Tao stones moved their hearts, they were also people who wanted face. No one could afford to lose their face by listening to someone else's orders. Seeing that, Ho Qingbai gritted his teeth and said, "Add another Misty Cloud Immortal Stone." This time, everyone revealed a look of interest. The Misty Cloud Immortal Stone was a 2-star material. Not only that, it was also a telekinesis tool. Because there were too few telekinesis materials, their value was much higher than materials of the same level. Moreover, there was no market for them. Ho Qingbai was willing to take out the Misty Cloud Immortal Stone. It seemed that he really hated Ling Han. With a great reward, there would be brave men. The temptation of a telekinesis tool was too great. "I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me do it." Immediately, 5 people rushed out and attacked Ling Han together. So what if he was an array master? He was just a native of a backward land. Ling Han moved, only dodging and not attacking. His reaction was in line with everyone's understanding. With 5 geniuses working together, how could Ling Han still have the strength to fight back? Of course, he could only dodge. "Since you've made a move, then finish it quickly," a man in white said coldly from the team. "All right." There were a total of 12 people in this team. Immediately, 3 of them attacked Ling Han, while the other 4 closed in on Princess Bai Xiao and 6th baby. "Ling Han, if you continue to flee, these 2 beauties, one big and one small, will suffer a calamity," the white-robed man said. He held a sword in his hand, his face filled with killing intent. "Brother Hai, I like this beauty," Ho Qingbai said quickly. He only wanted Ling Han to die, but he hadn't played with Princess Bai Xiao yet. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to wait until he was tired of playing with her. "Shut up, wasting everyone's precious time for your trivial matter. You're still full of women. You're a pig." The man in white scolded. If it wasn't for the fact that Ho Qingbai had taken out a large amount of Dao stones to join this team. First, he set a small goal for himself, for example, a bookmark. Chapter 37:21. He looked at Princess Bai Xiao with some reluctance. This woman was really beautiful and had a kind of elegant temperament, unlike the women he used to play with. The man in white pointed the tip of his sword at Princess Bai Xiao and said indifferently, "I am at the ultimate foundation establishment realm. I only need one strike to kill someone at the peak of the human foundation establishment realm. Ling Han, I will count to 3. If you dodge again, I will attack." The white-robed man pointed the tip of his sword at Princess Bai Xiao, and said calmly, "I'm at the pinnacle level of the foundation building tier. I only need one strike to kill someone at the peak stage of the foundation building tier. Ling Han, I'll count to 3. The man in white pointed the tip of his sword at Princess Bai Xiao and said indifferently, "I am at the ultimate foundation establishment realm. I only need one strike to kill someone at the peak of the human foundation establishment realm. Ling Han, I will count to 3. If you dodge again, I will attack." Despicable. Princess Bai Xiao scolded angrily. It was not difficult to kill Ling Han, but he did not want to waste time. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Since the result was the same, why care about the process? He never cared about the means. Ling Han snorted and said, "Do you really want to die?" Ho Qingbai had a sect master level background. Once he was killed, as long as he was not silenced, it was very likely to attract a sect master level power. With the current foundation of martial art of Heavenly Sea Star, how could they withstand the power of a sect master? Although the Heavenly Dao Fire could destroy a sect master level power, what if it attracted the Golden Origin Holy Land? In response to Ho Qingbai's words, Ling Han naturally would not hold back, but if he wanted to silence the others as well, to be honest, it was not that Ling Han was soft-hearted or overly sentimental, but if he wanted to implicate the innocent for the sake of killing one person, he would not be able to live with his conscience. Therefore, he mainly dodged from the beginning. He wanted to see if these people were worthy of his mercy. Now, the result had been revealed. Courting death, Ling Han's killing intent was firm. He no longer dodged, but faced the attack head-on. The man in white sneered. 1 against 8, he could immediately see Ling Han being blasted into pieces. Ho Qingbai was also excited. Ling Han had made a fool of him. Every time he thought about it, he was ashamed and angry. Now, this hateful guy was finally going to die, haha. Such excitement also diluted his disappointment at not being able to get Princess Bai Xiao. Boom! Ling Han punched out with both of his fists. One of his fists was wrapped in the heavenly Dao flame, while the other was wrapped in the destructive energy. He used the demon monkey fist to attack at a frequency of 108 overlapping forces. How terrifying was the power of such a punch! With 2 punches, 2 of the 8 opponents immediately fell. Both of them had their chests pierced through. Then, one of them was burned to ashes, while the other turned into nothingness. Lean, the remaining 6 people stopped their attacks at the same time. This opponent was too terrifying. He was like a god of death. The expression of the man in white also changed, and a strong chill rose in his heart. Only Princess Bai Xiao revealed a cold smile. You guys just had to seek death. Now that Ling Han has shown his might, are you satisfied? Take her down. Take her down. Ho Qingbai was the calmest at this moment. He pointed at Princess Bai Xiao. The white-clothed man nodded. You guys keep him occupied. I'll take down this woman. In fact, he was extremely regretful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have shut Ho Qingbai up. From Ling Han's attitude at the beginning, it was clear that he had chosen to endure silently. However, they had courted death themselves, forcing Ling Han to make a move. Now, the god of death had raised his butcher's knife. He brandished his sword towards Princess Bai Xiao, wanting to take down this woman as soon as possible. This was their only chance of survival. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fighting behind him didn't stop. The white-clothed man didn't have time to pay attention to it. Right now, he only had one thing on his mind, and that was to take down Princess Bai Xiao. However, although Princess Bai Xiao's strength wasn't as good as his, she was wearing armor. It would take some time to take her down. His heart was anxious, and his attacks fell like rain. Brother hi. Ho Qingbai's trembling voice sounded. What's the matter? The white-clothed man asked impatiently. Couldn't he see that he was busy? And all of this was because of Ho Qingbai. Brother hi. Ho Qingbai's voice was filled with tears. The white-clothed man looked back, and his expression changed. This was because apart from him and Ho Qingbai, the others were gone. Of course, they hadn't run away. Instead, they had been turned into ashes by Ling Han's heavenly flame or destruction energy. Ho Qingbai's face was as pale as paper. He had seen with his own eyes how Ling Han had killed one of them with a single punch. A living person had disappeared right in front of him. This kind of shock and fear was something that couldn't be erased. The white-clothed man couldn't help but stop. His entire body was trembling. In just a minute, 10 of his companions had been killed by Ling Han. Continue, Ling Han said indifferently. Continue my ass. How could he continue? He clenched his teeth and said, I admit defeat. I won't interfere with the matters between you and him anymore. Brother hi. Ho Qingbai's face turned green. He had been scared silly by Ling Han. If he had to face him alone, he wouldn't even have the courage to fight. The white-clothed man pretended not to hear. Between his own life and Ho Qingbai's, the white-clothed man wouldn't hesitate to choose himself. Ling Han said indifferently, continue. Ling Han, I admit defeat. The white-clothed man shouted. His heart was filled with shame. He had actually said such words twice. I'm telling you to continue. Ling Han said coldly. The white-clothed man clenched his teeth. You won't let me go, will you? A crazed expression appeared on his face. Since that was the case, he would go all out. Xiao, his figure charged out, continuing to attack Princess Bai Xiao. Right now, she was his only life-saving talisman. Wang, an indescribable pressure assaulted him. All the muscles in his body involuntarily contracted, and he felt a strong sense of fear. He turned around in shock, only to see an ancient stone appear on Ling Han's chest. It emitted a boundless ancient aura, as if it had existed since ancient times. This was the foundation stone of the immortal Tao. He naturally knew that a high-level foundation stone could greatly suppress a low-level foundation stone, but the problem was that he was also a paramount foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be suppressed by someone else's foundation stone? Absolutely not. Ling Han cracked a smile. Very surprised, right? The white-clothed man nodded and said in a low voice, did you cultivate some secret technique, or did you fuse some kind of treasure when you were cultivating your immortal foundation? Take a guess. Ling Han said. However, even though he said that, he did not give the white-clothed man a chance to guess at all. His fist had already swung over. The white-clothed man hurriedly blocked. Peng, as a one-star genius of the Paramount Foundation establishment realm, his strength was still relatively strong. Even though Ling Han had halved his strength, he still managed to block this attack. Of course, his figure staggered, and his face was also slightly pale. Peng! Before he could say anything, Ling Han's second punch had already smashed over. Then came the third and fourth punch. Each punch was faster and more ferocious than the last. The white-clothed man barely managed to block more than 30 punches. In the end, he had no more strength left, and was forcibly blown apart by Ling Han. As the heavenly Tao fire swept over, not even his bones remained. Only Ho Qingbai was left. Ho Qingbai's expression was sullen. At this time, he was truly filled with regret. If he had known that Ling Han was so ferocious, he definitely would not have provoked him here. Chapter 37-22. Ho Qingbai was extremely regretful, but it was already too late. He hated himself. Why was he in such a rush? Why couldn't he let others deal with Ling Han? Why did he have to provoke Ling Han here? Why did he have to do it himself? "Don't kill me," he said with a trembling voice. "I can give you money, a lot of money, and also treasures. My father is a sect master. No matter what treasure you want, he can get it for you." Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm actually a very easy person to talk to." Ho Qingbai immediately revealed a happy expression. It turned out that Ling Han was a person who loved money. This was easy to deal with. What he lacked the least was money. "I will definitely satisfy you," he said. "Emicham," Ling Han nodded, but when he slapped Ho Qingbai, he used destruction energy. It instantly spread from Ho Qingbai's shoulder to his entire body. Ho Qingbai's face was filled with disbelief. "Didn't you promise to spare my life? I forgot to tell you that I like to joke more." Ling Han laughed. "The ups and downs are very exciting, right? Exciting your sister." Ho Qingbai wanted to curse, yet he was unable to make a sound. His vitality had already been annihilated by the destructive energy, and his figure instantly tilted to the side. Before he could even fall to the ground, his entire body had already been obliterated and vanished. "Ling Han, I'm sorry. All of this was because of her." Otherwise, Ling Han would not have gone against Ho Qingbai, and he would not have had to kill so many people. Everyone here had a powerful background. Once the truth was revealed to the world, Ling Han would be in great trouble. Ling Han laughed heartily. "There are too many debts to worry about. Moreover, I don't need these small fries." He had even set fire to a sacred ground, so he really didn't care about a mere sect master. Besides, there was no one left alive. As long as the three of them kept quiet, there was no need to worry. Ling Han put away all the spatial artifacts left behind by Ho Qingbai and the others, but there were pitifully few Dao stones, because these people all had connectors, and their wealth was virtual. From this, it could be seen how rich the Chang clan, who ran the interstellar network, was. This was because every universe coin's corresponding Dao stone was controlled by them. That night, Ling Han battled the corpse army again. He had made up his mind to fight to the death here. Even if he gained nothing in the end, he would have no regrets. On the path of cultivation, one needed to have the determination to not look back even if they hit a wall. Otherwise, how would they be able to overcome those difficulties? If they were to shrink back when they encountered setbacks and look for other methods, they were destined to have no fate with becoming the strongest. 8 days, 10 days, 15 days. There were already 16 stamps on Ling Han's wrist, but nothing had changed. If there was anything, it would be that his cultivation had finally reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This did not seem to be related to the real celestial body. The power of heaven and earth was completely unsuitable for cultivation. At most, it could only replenish the mystic energy that had been consumed. It was lacking something crucial. In theory, Ling Han's cultivation should have remained stagnant. However, he had previously eaten a large number of silver arowana and took the greenwood spirit replenishing pill every day. His accumulation was quite vigorous. Most importantly, he had to fight intensely every night, drawing out all the benefits of the silver arowana in his body. I can break through to the Heaven Foundation establishment stage, Ling Han said to himself. Breaking through to the Heaven Foundation establishment stage required the treasure fruit of life. He had already prepared for this. Previously, when he was still outside, he had bought 10 treasure fruits of life of the Foundation establishment stage. He believed that it should be enough. How to go from the Foundation establishment stage to the Heaven Foundation establishment stage? It was simple. On the basis of the Foundation establishment stage, he had to throw away the impurities and use the essence as the core to rebuild the immortal foundation. This was the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the foundation of the heavenly Tao was definitely more perfect than the foundation of the human Tao. This was a level higher than the foundation of the human Tao, so it naturally had a suppressive effect on the foundation of the human Tao. However, for Ling Han, his foundation of the human Tao was already perfect. It could even suppress the foundation establishment stage. Even the sage emperors could not make his foundation of the human Tao lower its head. How could he improve further? But what could he do? If he couldn't complete this transformation, his cultivation would be limited here. Cauldron forging, pill forming, sage, ancestral king, none of that mattered to him anymore. Was it a mistake to cultivate too perfectly? Because the foundation of the immortal Tao was too perfect and he couldn't improve further? Wouldn't people laugh at him? How could he solve this? Since I've already cultivated the foundation of the immortal Tao to perfection and can't advance to the next level, I'll look at it from another angle. I'll build another foundation of the heavenly Tao. Ling Han thought to himself. No one said that there could only be one foundation of the immortal Tao, right? The ignorant were truly fearless. No matter where you went, who didn't know that the foundation of the immortal Tao was the same? The foundation of the Heaven Foundation and the foundation of the Paramount Foundation were just constantly evolving the foundation of the immortal Tao until it reached perfection. 2 or even 3 foundation stones. Unheard of. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it's impossible. Maybe there are great emperors and sages who have already formed the 3 foundation stones, but no one knows about it. But so what if no one has ever formed the 3 foundation stones? I will make history. Ling Han left the entrance of the valley. Even if more than 10 days had passed, who knew if there was someone who was especially slow and had just passed the ancient battlefield? Building a second foundation stone of the immortal Tao sounded simple, but from ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of such a thing. Putting aside the question of whether or not it would work, even if it did, the difficulty level would be astonishing. Ling Han sat down cross-legged and started building his second foundation of the immortal Tao. He had already experienced it once, so it was a walk in the park for him. But the problem was that the second foundation of the immortal Tao had just condensed into a single particle when the original foundation of the immortal Tao seemed to feel threatened. It shook lightly and shattered the second foundation of the immortal Tao. This was an imitation of the ancient immortal gate and could suppress all foundation of the immortal Tao. This applied to Ling Han as well. The newly formed foundation of the immortal Tao was no match for it. Ling Han was depressed. The foundation of the immortal Tao was so perfect that it couldn't be transformed. If he couldn't even build a second foundation stone, would his cultivation path really be over? No. Ling Han immediately gathered his confidence. He had never heard of a reason that cultivation was too perfect and couldn't advance. He couldn't build the second foundation stone because he hadn't tried hard enough. Or rather, he hadn't found the right method. In any case, Ling Han didn't have a clue, so he stopped breaking through, and continued to battle the army of corpses. As a result, when the next morning arrived, he had another chapter. Another day passed. No matter how he tried to condense the immortal Tao foundation stone, he couldn't escape the fate of being shattered. The problem was that condensing the immortal Tao foundation stone came at the cost of his life essence. Even if it was destroyed, the consumption was still real. After 2 days, he used up 2 treasure fruits of life. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 37-24. Ling Han's spirit was lifted as he used his own life essence to nourish the second immortal foundation. It had finally passed its most vulnerable period. Now, it was like a baby crying piteously for food, greedily absorbing Ling Han's life force. Soon, Ling Han had no choice but to eat another treasure fruit of life. Otherwise, his origin would be greatly consumed. However, the second immortal foundation was like a bottomless pit. It still hadn't reached the stage of completion and was still absorbing life force. Damn, are you trying to suck me dry? Ling Han cursed in his mind. However, he also knew that he was building a perfect immortal foundation, so the consumption was naturally great. Moreover, other people's heavenly Tao foundation was built on the foundation of humanity, so the consumption was naturally small. But what about him? Starting from zero, how could the consumption be compared to before? Let's do it. Ling Han ate 1 treasure fruit of life after another. After a few hours, all 9 treasure fruits of life were used up. However, the problem was that the second immortal foundation still hadn't completely stabilized. At this point, how could he give up halfway? Ling Han could only grit his teeth and use his own life force to supply. At most, he would live a few years less. He was still very young, and foundation establishment had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Advancing to Heaven Foundation would give him around 300 years of lifespan. It would be fine if he gave up these 300 years, right? Boom! At this time, a powerful life force suddenly surged out of his body and replaced the consumption of his lifespan. What is this? Ling Han was startled for a moment, then he reacted. He had eaten several treasure fruits of life restoration during the Metal Origin Fruit Festival. At that time, he didn't feel any changes, but now, he could feel the effects. With the addition of this huge life force, the second immortal foundation finally stabilized after absorbing life force for a while and stopped absorbing. Ling Han was slightly anxious. His 2 foundation stones of celestial Tao were practically incompatible like fire and water. If he removed the suppression of the primal chaos extreme thunder tower and stored both of his celestial foundation stones into his consciousness, would they directly start fighting? This was his sea of consciousness, after all. If it was destroyed, it would be a big problem. But he couldn't stay like this forever, right? Ling Han put away the primal chaos extreme thunder pagoda and the first immortal foundation into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the 2 foundation stones of the immortal Tao emanated a domineering and ancient aura as they stood in opposition to each other. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not fight in the end. It was good that they didn't fight. Right now, the second immortal foundation was only the size of a soybean and couldn't compare to the first immortal foundation, which was the size of a well lid. However, in terms of quality, it wasn't any weaker and was enough to fight against the first immortal foundation. After all, they were all a part of Ling Han's body. At most, they would just be throwing a little tantrum. It was just that the second celestial base was really too weak previously, and the slightest fluctuation of emotions would be enough to shatter it. The power of heaven and earth here was extremely thin, and it was almost impossible to cultivate. Ling Han naturally wouldn't waste any time. He stood up and gently moved his arms and legs, feeling the majestic feeling of power. The leap from human foundation to heaven foundation was enough to raise Ling Han's battle prowess by 2 stars. Right now, he could even bully a 5-star genius who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Looking at the sky, there was still about an hour before nightfall. Ling Han was full of anticipation. In a bit, he would use the corpse army to test his current strength. At this time, thunderclouds rolled in the sky and gathered towards him. The heavenly tribulation was coming. As expected, a figure made of lightning entered Ling Han's sea of consciousness, wanting to erase his consciousness. Die, shouted the inner demon. Pang! Ling Han directly used the 6 words Wisdom King incantation to blast it. After a few dozen strikes, the inner demon's whole body cracked and shattered into pieces. A warm energy surged out, nourishing his spirit and suddenly strengthening it. The inner demon wasn't completely without benefits. Once it was destroyed, it would become pure energy that could nourish the soul. Father! Ling Han! 6th baby and Princess Bai Xiao ran over. They had seen the dense thunderclouds. You actually broke through to Heaven Foundation establishment here. Princess Bai Xiao's face was full of shock. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the power of heaven and earth here was not suitable for cultivation. How did he do it? Moreover, this time was too short. She had clearly broken through to Heaven Foundation establishment first, and she had even cultivated in the Golden Origin Holy Land for a year. Such good conditions had not helped her break through to Heaven Foundation establishment. Ling Han smiled. I feel like I'm about to break through. How could this be? Princess Bai Xiao was speechless. After a while, she said, then you have been fighting for the past few days. Is it to break through? In this way, Ling Han was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely smart. Ling Han shook his head. No, this breakthrough is just incidental. Pfft. Princess Bai Xiao suddenly coughed, feeling a bit of internal injury. She really couldn't communicate with such a freak. Since Ling Han had said so, it was obvious that he was unwilling to leave. That night, Ling Han continued to fight the army of skeletons. He rushed over like a tyrannical dragon, smashing everything in its path. The screen of starlight spread out, and it could be said to be unbreakable. No matter how many skeleton soldiers attacked, when faced with this kind of defense, they would only end up broken. On the contrary, Ling Han punched out with boundless power. He took out the heavenly pattern jade, compressed it with his psychokinesis, and blasted it out. Pang, pang, pang. This was too terrifying. With a single strike, an absolute space that was hundreds of feet long and 6 feet wide appeared in front of him. All the skeletons were blasted into pieces. Although the heavenly pattern jade was not big, when it was shot out at such a high speed, the wind it brought with it surpassed the speed of sound by several times. Moreover, it also carried the destructive power of a 2-star material, so the force that spilled out was extremely destructive. Ling Han rushed forward and used the 3 styles of the war god. Boom! With a single strike, the area 10 feet around him turned into a vacuum. After the 3 styles, he also rushed to the side of the heavenly pattern jade and put it away. He continuously tested the power of his various techniques, and only stopped when the sun rose. There was no more fighting. Just like before, he stamped another seal. Ling Han smiled faintly. He sat cross-legged in the ancient battlefield and began to refine the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Of course, he could not change the structure of the Mother of Gold, but now that his realm had increased, he could naturally strengthen this future monarch weapon and increase its power a little. The starting point of a treasure weapon was too high. If he increased a small realm, the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower's improvement would only be minimal. There would only be a qualitative change when it advanced to the casting cauldron. At night, Ling Han fought again. By the next morning, he had accumulated a total of 21 seals. However, on this night, when the sunlight shone on his body, Ling Han was startled. There were no new stamps stamped on his body. He had reached the limit. Ling Han nodded. In that case, he would leave. He waved at Princess Bai Xiao and sixth baby. Let's go. Book 29568 L Genius website address. Chapter 3725. Princess Bai Xiao was stunned at first, but then she reacted. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Leaving? Why? Do you still have to ask why you didn't want to leave? After staying for so long, she thought that Ling Han would continue fighting until the secret realm closed. Ling Han chuckled. It seemed that the demon princess had been bored silly. Let's go, this place is boring. What's the point of staying here? Boring. You've already stayed for 20 days, Princess Bai Xiao was speechless. Hee, Dad is so fun. Sixth baby giggled. Princess Bai Xiao rolled her eyes. This baby had been led astray by Ling Han. The three of them continued on their way into the canyon. The canyon was very long and wide. The mountain walls on both sides were hundreds of miles away, but they were tens of thousands of feet high, piercing the clouds. It was a spectacular sight. Father, doesn't this canyon look like it was cut out by a sword? Sixth baby asked. Ling Han was startled. That's right, this canyon's passageway was a bit too straight, wasn't it? Moreover, looking at the mountain walls on both sides, although they had been corroded by the wind and frost of time and were mottled, it could still be seen that they should have been incredibly smooth in the past. Although the power of creation of heaven and earth was miraculous, to create such a canyon was truly unimaginable. It would be more reasonable to say that it was dug out by man. Was it Saint Guyan? With a sword slash, a towering mountain was cut in half from the middle. Ling Han couldn't help but marvel. The power of a saint was really amazing. The power of a slash had reached such a level. No wonder the legend said that a saint could easily shatter the stars in the sky. This should not be an exaggeration. After walking for a while, they saw a crowd in front of them. Why are these people still here? Previously, Ling Han had been at the entrance of the canyon, but he had seen wave after wave of people enter the canyon. The last batch to enter was a few days ago, but now they were all here. Were there any treasures? Ling Han suddenly became excited. He was a little unhappy that he hadn't obtained a single treasure after entering the Masked Moon's secret realm. What a stingy secret realm built by a saint. He moved closer, but was quickly disappointed. These people were gathered here not because of some treasure, but because there was a messy stone formation in front of them. It was very, very difficult to pass through. It wasn't that they couldn't pass through, and many people had already done so, but they needed to spend a lot of time to sort out the veins within. This involved an extremely complicated derivation, and as a result, the latecomers were stuck here. Formation? Ling Han's interest was piqued. Generally speaking, there were two ways to break out of a maze. The first was to deduce all the changes and naturally walk out. The second was to directly suppress the formation. The first method was suitable for weaker martial artists, while the second method was suitable for array masters and powerful martial artists. There was nothing much to say about array masters breaking arrays, and when one's strength reached a certain level, one could even shatter a celestial body with a single punch. What array could suppress them then? One had to know that a formation was to adjust the power of heaven and earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth. If it could even suppress the power of heaven and earth, what use would a formation have? However, this was an array set up by a saint. Even if it was not at the level of a saint, it was naturally impossible for a foundational stage cultivator to break it by force. Therefore, everyone could only take the first method, deduce all the changes, and then pass. This required time to observe and grasp all the changes. Brother Ling, you're an array master. Can we follow you? Someone immediately came over. Brother Ling, take me with you. Someone who was much more thick-skinned came over. Bring me along too. Me too. Although the people here were basically geniuses, and even if they didn't rely on others' help, as long as they were willing to spend time, they would be able to deduce all the changes in this messy stone array. However, if they could save some time, why not? Ling Han smiled and said, "All right, everyone give me 100 Dao stones, and I'll bring him along." Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How greedy are you? You still want to earn a sum at this time? Brother Ling, my favor is not just 100 Dao stones. Someone immediately said, feeling that Ling Han was not on the road. Many of them were from great sects, and being able to help them was actually beneficial to Ling Han as well. Ling Han looked at him and said with a smile, "Yes, I was negligent." That person immediately became proud and felt that he had gained a lot of face. Your favor is not just 100 Dao stones. Then I'll take 1,000 from you. Ling Han said again. That person's face immediately collapsed, becoming black and smelly. This was a slap in the face. My favor is worth money, so you take more money from me. What kind of logic is this? Pfft, many people laughed out loud. Their backgrounds were also extraordinary, so there was no need to fear that person at all. That person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pointed at Ling Han and said, "Ling Han, don't throw yourself on the ground when I give you face." Pa, Ling Han slapped over, and that person immediately fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. I hate people who threaten me the most, and I hate people who bargain for me. With this slap, even those who were laughing earlier shut their mouths, and a strong chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. The guy who was slapped over was called Zhua Zisher. He was of extraordinary birth, and he himself was a one-star genius of the ultimate foundation establishment stage. But it was this kind of expert who was actually slapped to the ground by Ling Han. Hiss, just how strong was Ling Han's strength? Previously, everyone was very enthusiastic and polite. That was because of Ling Han's identity as an array master, but whether it was a pill master or an array master, they could not win the true respect of martial artists. At most, they would be polite and enthusiastic. But now that Ling Han had displayed such powerful strength, it was completely different. What martial artists valued the most was strength, and Ling Han's strength was strong enough to the point where it made their hearts feel cold. Ling Han swept his gaze over the crowd. 100 Dao stones, thank you for your patronage. Brother Ling is willing to lead the way for us, how can we not be grateful? Someone immediately changed his words and gave him 100 Dao stones. Ling Han did not stand on ceremony and kept the Dao stones. Although these people all had connectors, and the vast majority of their wealth was in the form of universe coins, they would definitely still have some Dao stones on them. There would always be places where the interstellar network was not accessible, or where they would need to use Dao stones. Moreover, there were two sources of Dao stones. One was naturally formed by heaven and earth, and the other was formed by experts using their own understanding of martial art to condense the power of heaven and earth. But no matter which one it was, it could help martial artists cultivate. Therefore, usually, everyone would bring some Dao stones with them, so that they could comprehend the power of heaven and earth at any time, as well as the understanding of experts towards martial art. Ling Han did not offer a high price because he knew that these people could not bring too many Dao stones with them. 100 Dao stones per person, if there were a lot of people, it would be a big harvest. He had to quickly get his own connectors and register his own account, otherwise it would be difficult to earn money. Chapter 37-26. Not everyone was willing to be exploited by Ling Han, and some people had studied it for a long time, thinking that they would be able to deduce all the changes in the array, so they naturally did not need to rely on Ling Han. A total of 72 people handed over the Dao stones. With this calculation, Ling Han had instantly earned 7,200 Dao stones. The speed at which he earned money was not any slower than robbing. From the looks of it, array master was also a pretty good profession to earn money. Ling Han laughed. Since he had accepted someone else's money, he still had his professional ethics. He entered the formation and began to understand. Even if an array master broke through a formation, they would still need to observe the formation first. If they did not understand anything, how could they break through the formation the moment they arrived? Right now, he only knew how to set up a formation, but his understanding of it was already very deep. Moreover, setting up a formation and breaking it were two different things, because destroying it was always easier than building it. Not long after, he already had a good understanding of it. He was already confident that he could break through the formation, so he said to the crowd, "Come, follow me." Everyone followed. After Ling Han walked for a while, he threw out an array foundation. Immediately, the area in front of him that was originally shrouded in smoke became clear and could be seen clearly. As expected of Brother Ling, his talent in the way of formations is astonishing. It's only been a short while, but you've already seen through this formation and broken it. We admire you. As for Ling Han, he only smiled when he heard it. The strong did not need praise, because if he had enough confidence, it would be more practical to give him a few more Dao stones. After walking for a while, Ling Han inserted a second array foundation, then walked back and put away the first array foundation. Right now, this array foundation was extremely valuable. Of course, it was impossible for it to only be used once. Just like that, they continued to move forward. Their speed was not fast, but they did not take the slightest detour. In less than half an hour, everyone had already walked out from the other side of the stone array. This was still in the canyon. This stone array was like a checkpoint that stopped many people. Everyone continued forward. Although flying was restricted here, running speed was not affected. Not long after, they reached the end of the canyon. A precipice appeared in front of them, and there was a large cave on the precipice. Some people wanted to climb up the precipice, but they couldn't fly here, because if they climbed to a high place, they would be crushed by a terrifying pressure. Even Ling Han gave up after trying once. This pressure was too terrifying. It wasn't something that could be withstood just by gritting one's teeth. Let's enter the cave then. This should be our next stop. The cave was big enough, so they didn't have to walk in a single file. They could walk side by side. The cave was not pitch black, because some of the rocks were actually glowing. Although it was not very strong, it was enough for people to see. They were heading underground, and after advancing for some distance, the cave became narrower and narrower, and the team became thinner and thinner. Half a day later, the line that was originally running side by side had become a long line. Ling Han didn't force himself to walk at the front. Whoever wanted to take the lead could walk in front. He held sixth baby in his left hand, and Princess Bai Xiao followed behind him. They were both in the middle. After walking for so long, they should be deep underground, but there was no obvious change in the temperature. It was just that the humidity was high, and the walls of the cave were wet. "We're finally out!" someone exclaimed, full of joy. "Hey, there's actually a moon in the sky." "That's impossible. We're underground, how can there be a moon?" The people in front said one after another, full of surprise. Ling Han also walked out. Sure enough, there was a golden full moon hanging in the sky. It was dotted with stars, just like a normal night sky. However, this was impossible. Ling Han used his eye sorcery and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he saw something different. This moon was only tens of thousands of feet away from him, and it was just a huge round stone. There were golden lines on it, as if it was inlaid with metal, which was why it emitted a golden brilliance. If one were to insist that this was a moon, it would be artificially created. The sage's methods were indeed extraordinary. Not only could he shatter the stars at will, but he could also create a moon. "Hey, why is the way back gone?" someone said in surprise. Ling Han looked back, and sure enough, the cave that they had come out of had strangely disappeared. Camouflage. He felt around the mountain wall, but he couldn't find the cave. There was no bombardment either. This was a solid mountain, and there was no cave. Everyone was amazed. Obviously, they couldn't go back the way they came, so they could only continue forward. Since we're here, let's take it easy. There are so many people, who should we be afraid of? Everyone looked full of confidence and walked forward one after another. This was a plain, but there was no grass. Instead, there was dark red moss, which emitted a strange aura under the golden moonlight. Did you guys notice that something is wrong here? Someone said. Yes, it's too quiet here. There doesn't seem to be any life except for the moss. Yes. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw the first living thing that could move. It was a cockroach. I hate cockroaches the most. A female warrior raised her foot and stomped the cockroach to death. Needless to say, there were quite a lot of cockroaches here, but they basically didn't make any sound, so the whole plain was extremely quiet. Why does this feel like a ghost place? Yes, I think so too. Although there were plants and moving creatures here, it always gave people a feeling of panic. They walked, and the bright moon gradually set. However, the sun didn't rise, and they could only see the hazy light in the sky. This was underground, and it was good enough to have such light. Did they really expect to see the sun? That was too unrealistic. Everyone just walked in one direction, and after going over a few mountains, a meadow with water appeared in front of them. They walked up and immediately realized that it was actually a swamp. Fortunately, with their strength, they only needed to use their secret power to make themselves as light as a feather, and they didn't have to worry about sinking. Oh, it stinks. Sixth baby immediately covered his nose. Although Princess Bai Xiao didn't say anything, her expression wasn't any better. It was indeed stinky. This swamp was simply a stinky pond, and the stench went straight into their noses, making them want to vomit. But would they turn back just because it was stinky? Impossible, and there was no way back. The way they came did not exist at all. Everyone could only brace themselves and walk forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, the water surface broke with a splash, and mud flew everywhere. A stench that was hundreds of times more stinky came, and immediately many people's faces turned green. At this moment, a huge creature also jumped out of the water and bit towards a warrior. Chapter 37-28. Ling Han also walked over and observed the corpse. It looked like a human, but it was definitely not a human. It was not because it was too big, but because its head, hands, and feet were very different from a human. Werewolf or leopard man, someone said. The mouth was protruding, and the nails on its hands and feet were long and sharp. It looked like a beast man that had not fully transformed. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. There used to be many werewolves or leopard men living here. It could also be that the beast men had killed the residents here. This was the corpse of an invader. Worthless. Someone shook his head. The others also shook their heads. Indeed, what could a corpse like this prove? What clues could it give? The key is, where did those people go? Someone said. I looked around. This is a dead valley. There is no other way out. And we didn't find any forks along the way. That's strange. Everyone was puzzled, and a strong sense of puzzlement arose in their hearts. Hee, are you looking for me? A voice sounded, causing everyone to turn around. A man was walking over with a smile on his face. You are Su Guanglin. Didn't you pass through the stone array a long time ago? Yes, you are not from our group. Many people recognized this man and immediately called out his identity. Su Guanglin, where did you come from? Where are the others? Everyone was talking at once. Su Guanglin smiled. Follow me. I will bring you to a place. Your mysteries will naturally be answered. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if this was a trap. But they had not obtained the saint's inheritance, so what was the point of Su Guanglin harming them? Moreover, they were not weak, so there was no need to be afraid. Also, they had already reached a dead end, so there was no point in staying here. Let's go. Everyone followed Su Guanglin, only to see that this guy brought them into a stone house, moved the stone bed inside, and actually revealed a secret passage. Oh, no wonder this guy suddenly popped out. It was because there was a secret passage that he could use. Su Guanglin took the lead, and the others followed. The tunnel was very long, and after walking for half an hour, they finally walked out of the secret tunnel. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up, and a small valley appeared. There was a gurgling stream, and there were colorful stones shining. Welcome to the Wolf Tribe's holy land. Su Guanglin turned around and said to everyone. Holy land of werewolves, was it the werewolf valley before that? Then those who died were werewolves too. Come, follow me. You will soon solve all the mysteries. Su Guanglin smiled and continued to lead the way. Not long after, he saw a large group of people, some sitting, some standing, some pacing back and forth. These were all people who had passed through the stone formation and entered this place even earlier. Everyone greeted each other. Many of the people here knew each other, and some of them had even formed alliances before. However, after entering this place, they had been separated and could not walk together. Ling Han looked around but did not see Zhuang Bufan. Hey, where is this guy? What's going on? Someone couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, someone will answer you. Who? This old man. An aged voice rang out, attracting the attention of everyone who had just arrived. It was a tall man covered in a cloak. He was at least 10 feet tall, several heads taller than the majority of the people here. Just by standing there, he would overshadow everyone. He held a black walking stick in his left hand that seemed incomparably heavy. When it landed on the ground, it let out a muffled thud that shook the entire valley. Ling Han swept a glance over, and saw that the man's left hand, which was holding onto the cane, was furry. His fingertips were unusually long, like small knives. This old man is the Wolf Tribe's high priest. The tall man stopped and used his right hand to remove the cloak covering his head, revealing a furry face. It was the head of a wolf, and its yellow-green eyes emitted a strange light. Ling Han activated his eye technique, but to his surprise, he couldn't see through this werewolf's cultivation. This was discovered by the Wolf Tribe's high priest. He also looked at Ling Han, but he didn't linger. He just glanced at him and left. You must be very curious. Alright, this old man will explain to you. The Ruthless Tribe's high priest began to explain. My wolf clan has lived here for generations, but many years ago, a plague swept through, killing almost all of my wolf clan's people. In order to preserve the fire of hope, my old ancestors sealed the surviving children. Only when we found a way to cure the plague did we unseal them. According to the will of God that we received, the hope of the wolf tribe rests on you foreign warriors. Enter the sky suspension cave and retrieve the divine medicine. Of course, there are also things you need there. Ling Han and the others heard this. TSK, isn't this the standard setting of a historical site? What will of God? Saint Gu Yang must have brainwashed these werewolves when he created or brought them here, so that they would be the guides of this place. This was the plot, written by Saint Gu Yang. They naturally wouldn't say it out loud, because the Wolf Tribe's high priest might not believe them. Instead, it would destroy the Wolf Tribe's hope and make him angry. Therefore, everyone just acted according to the script. There are things you need. That must be referring to the saint's inheritance. Everyone was eager to try and set off immediately, but the wolf tribe's high priest told them not to rush. According to the usual practice, they needed to wait for a while for more people to arrive and act together. Well, those who came in first really didn't have any advantage. There was no other way. They couldn't put a knife to the wolf tribe's high priest's neck and force him to tell them the location of the sky suspension cave. Therefore, Ling Han and the others just sat, stood, or paced around like those who came in first. They were extremely bored. Ling Han, on the other hand, was not so worried. He sat cross-legged and continued to deduce the formation patterns. He was still a long way from mastering all the formation patterns. Day after day, time passed quickly. More people came in one after another. All of them were the wolf tribe's high priest, who suddenly appeared and said that a new batch of warriors had entered the Werewolf Valley and needed them to receive them. Then, he repeated what Ling Han and the others had experienced before. Just like that, another half a month passed, and the wolf tribe's high priest finally came out again. "It's almost time," he said. His yellow-green eyes seemed to be glowing, and he seemed extremely excited. "Whether the wolf tribe can rise again depends on you. Rest assured, High Priest, we will definitely do our best," someone immediately said. Someone immediately said. Flattering a storyline character didn't cost anything, and they might even be able to get extra points and other benefits in the future. Come with me. Chapter 37-29. Everyone followed the Wolf Clan's high priest to the end of the small valley. Then, the Wolf Clan's high priest muttered to the mountain wall. No one knew what he was saying. Then, he used his walking stick to touch the mountain wall. Silently, a hole appeared in the mountain wall. This was the Heaven Suspension Cave. "There's a restriction against werewolves here, I can't go in." The high priest of the wolf tribe sighed, "Go ahead. I hope you can succeed and save the future of my wolf tribe." Everyone nodded. This was more in line with the setting. Otherwise, if he could go in himself, why would he need them? "Don't worry, High Priest." Everyone was fighting to be the first. This was the final test. The fact that they were able to make it here meant that they had obtained the recognition of the sage. In that case, they naturally had a high chance of obtaining the inheritance of the sage. As expected, they were the strongest heaven's favorites. Ling Han was a little surprised. This was too easy, wasn't it? If there were any challenges here, it would be the ancient battlefield, the messy stone array, and the swamp. However, they could still pass it as a team. The difficulty was pitifully low. That way, he would be recognized all the way to the final segment. What a joke. Not to mention the inheritance of a saint, even if a cauldron was dead, it would not casually find a successor for itself, right? Moreover, if it was really so easy, then why hadn't this saint's inheritance been taken away for so long? Ling Han always felt that something was wrong. He held sixth baby in his arms and turned to Princess Bai Xiao. "Be careful, there might be drastic changes." Princess Bai Xiao was puzzled. Then, she came to a realization. Could it be that Ling Han was afraid that the appearance of the saint's inheritance would cause a great battle? "All right." She nodded. Ling Han knew that she didn't understand what he meant, but it didn't matter as long as she was vigilant. They walked and walked, and in 10 minutes at most, a huge karst cave suddenly appeared in front of them. It was more than 300 feet tall, the widest part was about 3,000 feet, and the narrowest part was also 2,000 feet. There was a stone pillar in the middle of the cave. It was 30 feet tall and stood out from the rest. This was the end of the cave. "Where's the saint's inheritance?" Someone cried out, full of unwillingness. "It's gone." It was no wonder that no one had gained anything in the past tens of thousands of years. It turned out to be a scam. Everyone had been bullied by Sage Gu Yang. There was no such thing as a sage's legacy. They had been tricked and fooled. This made many people fly into a rage. Let's go back and interrogate that high priest. Maybe he's lying to us. Yes, let's go back and find that old man. Some people wanted to go back, but there were always curious people who walked to the stone pillar in the middle and touched it. Wang, the stone pillar actually shone, and then, a book appeared out of thin air. Sage's inheritance. That person's voice trembled. He was incomparably emotional. He could clearly see the 4 words on the book, Ancient Yang Sky Scripture. Isn't this the sage's inheritance? So the inheritance of the sage was real. In an instant, everyone's gazes were fixed on him, and many people's eyes were blazing with ferocity. Hand it over. Someone immediately shouted. Not to mention them, even supremacies would have to fight to the death for the sage's inheritance. How could that person be willing to listen? He hurriedly stored the book into his spatial magic tool. He would never hand over such an inheritance even if he was beaten to death. You're really courting death. Xiao, someone immediately charged at that person. Xiao. More and more people could not help but attack. Even those who had wanted to leave earlier returned and joined the battle. Boom, boom, boom. A chaotic battle broke out, and it was incredibly intense. For the sake of the sage's inheritance, none of them would show any mercy. They all attacked with all their might, wanting to defeat everyone and obtain the great opportunity for themselves. However, there were still people who did not join the battle. Instead, they walked towards the stone pillar and pressed their hands on it. Another book appeared out of thin air. Ancient Yang Sky Scripture. That person was overjoyed, and hurriedly kept the book. However, although his action was concealed, it was still seen by others. Those people did not fight over it. Instead, they all stepped forward and reached out to touch the stone pillar. As a result, books appeared one after another. They were all Ancient Yang Sky Scripture. There were too many books appearing, and even those who were fighting fiercely saw them. Involuntarily, some people withdrew from the battle, and then more and more people did so. The chaotic battle ended, but there were also 17 corpses left behind. How could there not be deaths in such a fierce battle? Everyone was speechless and went forward to touch it, but not everyone could obtain the Ancient Yang Sky Scripture. Some people reached out and there was no reaction. We seem to have been fooled again. Everyone compared the Ancient Yang Sky Scripture, and the results were different for each book. Perhaps one book was real, and perhaps all of them were fake. Dad, let's go and try too. Sixth baby waved his white little hand. Okay, Ling Han said with a smile. He carried sixth baby forward. Sixth baby reached out and pressed his hands on the pillar. There was a flash of light, and a book appeared out of thin air. Ancient Yang Sky Scripture, he did not know how many books it was. Ling Han smiled and also reached out to press his hands on it. He was surprised to find that the chapter in his hands suddenly lit up, and then a sense of vicissitudes instantly surged into his sea of knowledge. World Skipper, you're finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Since you can hear this, it means that you have passed the first stage of my test, and you can obtain the Ancient Yang Sky Scripture for the Foundation Establishment Realm. There are still 3 secret realm tests waiting for you, corresponding to the Cauldron Forging, Core Formation, and True Self Realm. Only if you pass all the tests can you obtain my complete inheritance. Suddenly, a large amount of information surged towards Ling Han. It was a cultivation method, but it only had the cultivation method for the Foundation Establishment Realm. Then, there were 3 coordinates and the method to open the 3 secret realms. Ling Han slightly examined it, and he immediately confirmed that this should be the real Ancient Yang Sky Scripture. It was broad and profound, and even though he had not cultivated it yet, Ling Han was sure that it was at least 10 or 20 times better than the Great Sun Lotus technique that he was currently cultivating. This Saint Gu Yang really knew how to play around. He actually gave everyone a bunch of fake cultivation methods, and he even divided them into 1, 2, 3, 4, and there were still 3 secret realms to pass to obtain the complete ancient Yang sky scripture. However, in this way, no one would know that the real inheritance of the saint had actually fallen into his hands, but was actually in his mind. The previous bloody battles had not been in vain. His persistence and hard work had paid off. This also showed how the saint selected his successor. Not only did he need to be strong, but he also needed to have enough perseverance. Perseverance was indeed a rare and valuable quality on the path of cultivating martial art. Many times, it required the determination not to turn back even if he hit a wall. Reading on the mobile phone is more refreshing. Chapter 3730. Without batting an eyelid, Ling Han retreated. Princess Baishao also reached out and pressed down. Another heaven ancient Yang scripture appeared. Almost everyone had a copy, and none of them missed. The rest of the people also stepped forward to try. Since they had already come this far, how could they not give it a try? Some people got nothing, while others got street copies of the heaven ancient Yang scripture. More than an hour passed, and everyone gave it a try. In total, there were 739 copies of the heaven's ancient scripture. As for whether there were any authentic copies among them, Ling Han knew that there definitely weren't any, but the others weren't so sure. They all swept their gazes over the others, wondering whether they should make a move to snatch them. Although the sage's inheritance had been obtained, Ling Han still had doubts in his heart. Wasn't it too smooth? His real contribution was to fight in the ancient battlefield for 21 days, which might be something that geniuses in the past could not endure, but the problem was that the following part was too easy. According to Sage Gu Yang's character, the complete heaven ancient Yang scripture would be taught 4 times, but the foundation of the heaven ancient Yang scripture was obtained so easily. Why did he feel that something was wrong? The day has finally come. An old voice sounded, and the Wolf Clan's high priest strode over with a walking stick. The sage's inheritance has finally appeared. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? Didn't you ask for some divine medicine and ask for the future descendants of the Wolf Clan? Didn't you say that the Wolf Clan was not allowed to enter this place? Why did your character suddenly collapse? Moreover, how did you know about the sage's inheritance? As a chess piece, shouldn't you know nothing and only follow the script? The Wolf Clan's high priest laughed and said disdainfully, "You think that you are the high and mighty players. Wrong, if I hadn't skipped countless steps for you, you would have had to go through many difficulties and come here at least a few months later. And there is only one person who can come here. However, the possibility of obtaining the inheritance is too low for one person, so I saved you some time and let everyone enter here, which can also increase the chance of success. God bless us, we finally succeeded." Everyone was puzzled after hearing this. This is the sudden awakening of the characters, and they decide not to follow the script. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. I will also explain everything clearly to you all from start to finish. After holding it in for so many years, if I don't say it out loud, it would truly be too unbearable for me. Wolf Clan's great priest said. Tell me a story first. The high priest did not care whether the crowd was willing to listen or not. He had already started talking. A long, long time ago, this secret realm opened and a large number of warriors entered and came to the Wolfman Valley. Back then, the Werewolf Valley wasn't like this. There were many werewolves living there. Outsiders must win the werewolves' trust in order to have an audience with the high priest. The high priest will arrange many missions and tests that are extremely difficult to complete. Only the first person to do it will be qualified to enter the Heaven Suspension Cave. The others have no chance. This is just a microcosm of the countless secret realms that have opened over the generations. However, something different happened that time. Because a female adventurer actually fell in love with a werewolf from the Werewolf Valley. She stayed and spent the rest of her life in this filthy, cramped place. She had no regrets, but after she told her son everything, her son was very unwilling to accept it. Why should I be trapped in this place? Why should I be a pawn? The high priest roared. So, after learning everything, I began to plan. All of this should be mine, but I have half werewolf blood and will never be able to leave this damned place. Unless the saint's inheritance is taken and this secret realm collapses. Unfortunately, I do not meet the requirements of the saint and cannot obtain the inheritance. So, I simplified everything. As long as someone comes to the Wolfman Valley, I will let them in. Once there are many people, one of them will be able to obtain the saint's inheritance. And I will fight for that opportunity. The high priest said proudly, full of confidence. Everyone sneered and looked at the high priest with pitiful eyes. You've been tricked, whoever obtained the saint's inheritance is fake. A bunch of idiots. The high priest snorted. I've lived here for so many years, do you think I don't know if the secret realm collapses or not? In just one day, this place will disappear forever. So, the saint's inheritance must be obtained by someone. The moment he said this, everyone was tempted. The saint's inheritance had appeared. In whose hands? Ling Han gritted his teeth in his heart. He had thought that no one would know that he had obtained the saint's inheritance, but he never expected this high priest to not follow the script. Humph, who are you trying to fool? Someone immediately said. This secret realm only opens once every 10,000 years, and even true self-realm experts only have 10,000 years of lifespan. And from your tone, you've clearly experienced the opening of the secret realm many times. Not to mention a 4 extreme realm venerable, or even a nirvana realm saint. Everyone shook their heads. In this secret realm, forget becoming a venerable, even forging a cauldron was impossible. Good question. The high priest put away his walking stick and took off his cloak. Although millions of years have passed in reality, to me, it's only been a few hundred years. Because I only awaken every time the secret realm opens. Other times, I use the power of heaven and earth to suppress my body and remain in a sealed state. My life has almost stopped flowing. So, I'm at my peak. He threw away his cloak, revealing a burly middle-aged man. He was full of heroic spirit and surged with vitality. As expected, he wasn't old at all. Clap, clap, clap. A young man clapped his hands and walked out with large strides, smiling. You're really good at scheming, but you've overlooked one thing. The power of heaven and earth here is extremely barren. How high can you cultivate? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, so what if you can cultivate to forging a cauldron or even forming a core? This place suppresses your cultivation level, and you can only unleash the power of a foundation establishment. Humph, kneel. The young man reached out and grabbed at the high priest of the wolf race. Smack. The high priest of the wolf race just casually slapped, and the young man fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from his head, and he was actually slapped to death. TSK, that young man was a prodigy at the foundation establishment realm. Although he was only at the 1-star level, he was slapped to death with a single slap. How big was the difference in strength? Idiot. The high priest of the wolf race said coldly. Buzz, a small bronze cauldron appeared above his head. Cast tripod realm, someone exclaimed. TSK, his aura didn't weaken at all. This is the true cast tripod realm. How is this possible? Chapter 37-32. Everyone was already in despair, but when they saw this white light, their hearts that had fallen to the bottom of the valley were immediately lifted up again. Could they succeed? The wolf race's high priest sneered. How could a mere hidden weapon hurt him? Too naive. He casually raised his hand and tried to catch the white light. He could see clearly that it was a white jade-like stone. However, just as his hand touched the stone, his expression changed drastically. So heavy, too heavy. How could this be possible? It was obviously the size of a fist. How could it be so heavy? Also, how could such a heavy thing be thrown out at such a high speed? Not to mention the Foundation establishment realm, even he, a cast tripod realm expert, couldn't do it. He was careless, and this was bad. However, it was too late for regrets now. With a paw, his right hand instantly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Then, the jade stone did not stop in the slightest, and continued to strike forward. Paw, 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 the bones in his forearm exploded one after another, and a rain of blood swirled about. That wasn't the end. His upper arm was also smashed by the stone. The stone itself weighed 5,000 kilograms, and when it was smashed at more than 30 times the speed of sound, it was ridiculously heavy. So what if he was at the cast tripod realm? His mystic force couldn't withstand it at all. The wolf race's high priest's entire right arm turned into a rain of blood, and even half of his upper body was gone. There was a huge hole that was oozing blood, and the scene was exceptionally horrifying. The power of a single strike from the heavenly pattern jade was so powerful. However, this also showed the power of the cast tripod realm. Due to carelessness, he used his body to take on the heavenly pattern jade, but he only lost his right arm and a small part of his body. If he was at the Foundation establishment realm, he would probably have turned into a rain of blood. The heavenly pattern jade, which traveled at more than 30 times the speed of sound, had a destructive power. Everyone was overjoyed. Although they didn't kill the wolf race's high priest, he must have been seriously injured after losing a small part of his body. Ah! The wolf race's high priest let out a mournful howl. There was anger, unwillingness, and deep regret. He was too careless and thought that these people were under his control. In addition, he was about to obtain the sage's inheritance. After millions of years of waiting, he finally had a harvest. It was inevitable that he was excited and lost the caution he should have. Also, although his mother was an outsider, he had never been out. How would he know about a telekinesis artifact like the heavenly rune jade? Or rather, he might have known, but it had never left an impression in his heart. In short, all of this was the bitter fruit that he had no choice but to swallow now. It's you. He stared at Ling Han. It was this brat who had thrown out that piece of jade, causing him to be injured. He was missing an arm, a small part of his body. This would leave him with an eternal disability. Unless he could obtain a saint-tier immortal medicine, he would not be able to regrow his severed limb, or cultivate to an incomparably high level where he could even be reborn from a single drop of blood. However, these two things were too far away for him right now. Kill this fucking kid. 1, 2, 3. The people who had joined forces with Ling Han stepped forward. The high priest of the wolf clan was now at his weakest. If the 12 of them joined forces, they would most likely be able to take him down. A bunch of ants. The high priest of the wolf clan said coldly. Enduring the intense pain, he took out the immortal cauldron, which floated above his head. Immediately, a higher level of suppression overflowed, restricting everyone's immortal Tao foundation, making it difficult for them to exert their full strength. He hated himself. If he had been vigilant and used the immortal cauldron to suppress it, how could such an accident have happened? Kill. Ling Han was the first to pounce. His body was like a dragon, and his fists danced as he punched towards the high priest of the wolf clan. Normally, he would not be a match for a cast tripod realm expert. However, this cast tripod realm expert had just formed one tripod, and he had grown up in a mystic realm that was isolated from the rest of the world. His battle strength was definitely lower than an ordinary cast tripod realm expert. Most importantly, the high priest of the Wolf clan was severely injured, and his battle strength had dropped drastically. This made Ling Han believe that he could put up a fight. Die. The high priest of the Wolf clan waved his claw at Ling Han. 5 rays of force swept across like sword rays. Pfff, blood immediately bloomed on Ling Han's fist. At the same time, a vigorous force pushed him back. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He had already activated the starlight screen and used the demon monkey fist, but he was still not a match for the severely injured high priest of the Wolf clan. In fact, the starlight screen was sliced open by the high priest of the Wolf clan in a single strike. It was enough to prove the difference between a foundation building realm and a cast tripod realm. The high priest of the Wolf clan took the opportunity to pursue and attack. He hated Ling Han to the core. Boom! 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 The other 11 people also launched their attacks. They naturally wouldn't watch as Ling Han was killed. Otherwise, they could already foresee the outcome of Ling Han. Right now, they had to stand together through thick and thin. Fight, fight, fight. 12 foundation building realm experts with outstanding talents joined forces to fight against a cast tripod realm expert. Even so, the high priest of the Wolf clan still had the upper hand. Under the suppression of the celestial cauldron, other than Ling Han, no one else could display more than half of their battle power. Even though the high priest of the Wolf clan was severely injured, they could only barely defend. However, this made everyone jump for joy. Because the high priest of the Wolf clan was severely injured and kept bleeding. If he didn't receive treatment, so what if he was a cast tripod realm expert? He would definitely die. Therefore, as long as Ling Han and the others could persevere, the one who would die in the end would definitely be the high priest of the Wolf clan. Moreover, the high priest of the Wolf clan also said that in one day, the mystic realm would collapse and they would be able to leave. As long as they could leave, a mere cast tripod realm was nothing. Therefore, they had to persevere. The high priest of the Wolf clan obviously knew this as well. His attacks became more and more frenzied as he wanted to kill the 12 people in front of him. As long as he could do this, he would still be the master of this place and the sage's inheritance would eventually fall into his hands. Werewolf transformation. He let out a loud roar as large amounts of long black fur grew out of his body. It also expanded rapidly as if he had grown a size bigger. He had completely transformed into a wolf. The high priest of the Wolf clan roared angrily and waved his claws again as his attack power skyrocketed. He wasn't a pure wolf clan so he couldn't maintain his werewolf transformation state for long. However, during this transformation, his battle strength was astonishingly enhanced. Ling Han snorted and used the 3 styles of the war god to fight the high priest of the Wolf clan head-on. Boom boom boom. He used 3 styles in a row and each of them exploded with destructive power that far exceeded his current battle strength. Although he still couldn't defeat the high priest of the Wolf clan, he forcefully withstood the high priest's initial explosive attack, causing the high priest of the Wolf clan to lose his battle intent. The other 11 people also used their ultimate moves to reduce the pressure on Ling Han. In this way, they finally withstood the high priest of the Wolf clan's explosive attack. No! The high priest of the Wolf clan roared angrily, his voice filled with unwillingness. He had painstakingly planned for tens of thousands of years. This time, the sage's inheritance was about to appear, but he was actually going to die. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept this. Chapter 37-33. A good story. The Wolf clan high priest fought with his life on the line, but he was only half a native and had limited skills. He couldn't fight back even if he wanted to. He waved his walking stick, which was indeed a magic tool, but it was set up by Saint Gu Yang to control the array formation here. It was of little help in battle. Thus, although he fought with his life on the line, his battle strength didn't increase much. Come on, he's already at the end of his rope. Kill this old bastard. He actually wants to kill us. What a joke. Everyone sneered. Which one of them wasn't of noble birth? Now that they were almost killed by a lowly old werewolf, it was only natural for them to hate him. All of you deserve to die, die. The wolf clan high priest roared and waved his walking stick continuously, shooting out beams of black energy that possessed extremely powerful destructive power. He was a caste cauldron after all. Not only could his immortal cauldron suppress Foundation establishment cultivators, but his secret power was also a level higher. Under such a desperate situation, no one dared to take it head-on. They all temporarily avoided it and trapped the other party, slowly wearing him down. In any case, whether it was the Wolf Clan High Priest's death or the Secret Realm's collapse, everyone would leave. This was good news for everyone. After 3 consecutive blows, the Wolf Clan High Priest no longer had the courage to fight back. His injuries were too severe. This wasn't a simple loss of half of his body, but a blow from a 2-star telekinesis magic tool like the Heavenly Rune Jade. Naturally, the weapon's destructive effect would prevent the wound from healing. As a result, the Wolf Clan's high priest bled non-stop. With every passing second, his injuries worsened. Once this desperate fight wore off, he would be stretched thin. Die with me, bastard. The Wolf Clan high priest stared at Ling Han. If this person hadn't destroyed half of his body, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. It was all because of this person. Thus, if he was going to die, he would drag Ling Han down with him. He rushed over at an extremely fast speed. This was incomparable hatred, and he once again ignited his potential. Ling Han remained calm and used so close, yet worlds apart. Xiao, he retreated rapidly. The Wolf Clan High Priest was depressed to find that this Foundation establishment cultivator's speed was not inferior to his. How could that be? He was a caste cauldron. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still a caste cauldron. How could he not be able to crush Ling Han in speed? This human was simply a freak. Not only did he severely injure him, he even prevented him from taking revenge. He watched helplessly as Ling Han kept his distance from him, and he could clearly feel that his vital energy and blood were constantly deteriorating, and his life energy was flowing away at an extremely fast speed. He was going to die. No, no, no. He looked up to the sky and shouted. He had schemed and schemed for so many years, but in the end, it was all for naught. He really couldn't accept this. But what's the use of being unwilling? Peng, he could no longer hold his footing. He staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Shwa shwa shwa, one attack after another came slashing over. Everyone here was rich in battle experience, and none of them personally stepped forward. They all attacked from afar. Although the lethality of their attacks was reduced, they were safe. Pu, pu, pu. The high priest of the wolf tribe took all the attacks, and wounds appeared on his tall body. His body was torn apart, revealing his eerie white bones and internal organs. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Old ghost. Someone walked up and slashed. Pa, the head of the wolf tribe's high priest was instantly cut off. This time, this old werewolf was definitely completely dead. Everyone truly heaved a sigh of relief, and only felt a layer of cold sweat on their backs. After all, it was a caste cauldron who wanted to kill them, and the timing and location were all advantageous to the wolf tribe's high priest. If it weren't for Ling Han's beautiful first shot, they probably would all have died here today. Brother Ling, many thanks. Ling Han, I owe you a life. Many people were magnanimous, and they all nodded to Ling Han in acknowledgement, but there were also some who pretended to be confused, and did not react at all. Princess Baishao was very pleased. The more others praised Ling Han, the happier she was, and it was even more comfortable than praising herself. This must be sister-in-law, someone greeted Princess Baishao with a smile. Oh, Brother Ling, your daughter is already so big. He turned back to smile at Ling Han. Ah, I've been misunderstood. Princess Baishao felt her pretty face suddenly become hot, but for some reason, she did not want to argue, and instead acquiesced. Ling Han still wanted to clarify. After all, Princess Baishao was still a virgin, and how could her reputation be ruined? Boom! However, before he could open his mouth, the entire cave trembled. Then, the violent trembling could not be stopped no matter what. The hidden realm is about to collapse. Could it be that the old werewolf did not lie, and someone really obtained the sage's inheritance, so the hidden realm is about to collapse? Not necessarily. That old werewolf may just think that he has everything under control, or maybe it was Sage Gu Yang who made him think so. Think about it, almost everyone has a copy of the Heaven Ancient Yang scripture. How much trouble can this sage cause? That's true. While everyone was talking, boom, a mighty force spread out, and no one could match it at all. They only felt their vision blur, as if they had entered a strange and dazzling passage, and there were bright and magnificent lights flashing in front of them. Before they could see clearly, they fell out of the passage. Hey, they had already left the hidden moon realm, and arrived at the place where they first entered. Xiao. Immediately, many people flew over. Did you obtain the sage's inheritance? Someone asked, standing in the sky. Seventh senior brother, we have all been fooled. A young man who came out of the hidden realm took out the Heaven Ancient Yang scripture and handed it over. The person in the sky landed, picked up the Heaven Ancient Yang scripture, and flipped through it. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is a widely circulated cultivation method called the Puyang technique, and its grade is extremely low. I also have one here. Another person who came out of the hidden realm took out the Heaven Ancient Yang scripture. This is the Brushing the Forest's 18 forms, a very low-grade celestial technique. Everyone took out their own Heaven Ancient Yang scripture and handed it to their sect or family elders, but the result was the same. It was an extremely ordinary celestial technique. Ling Han naturally made a fortune in silence. If he said that the real Heaven Ancient Yang scripture was in his mind, he would probably be captured by the powerful figures in the next moment and taken back to the imperial capital for soul-searching. He quietly retreated, bringing Princess Baishao and sixth baby back to the imperial capital. This was Xianbei Nation, Chen Fengyan's territory, and he believed that these people would not dare to use force. After all, among those who had crossed stars to come here, the strongest was only at the Golden Core realm. Ling Han safely returned to the imperial capital, and he immediately began to cultivate the Heaven Ancient Yang scripture. Instantly, he felt as if he had been reborn. As expected of a sage's cultivation method, it was too powerful. Chapter 37-34. Compared to before, Ling Han's cultivation speed had increased by at least 50 times. Originally, if he didn't rely on external help to advance a small tier, he would need about 10 years. Now, it would only take 2 or 3 months. A saint's cultivation technique was so awesome. In fact, Ling Han could cultivate to the peak stage of the foundation building tier in a few short months with the help of silver arowana fish and greenwood replenishing spirit pill. From this, it could be seen how weak the Great Sun Lotus technique was. It was actually so much weaker than medicinal pills and natural treasures. Now, when compared again, it was enough to show how powerful a saint's cultivation technique was. Good news came one after another. Lin Luo, Zhou Heng, and the others all leaped over the celestial gate and advanced into the foundation building tier. Ling Han asked them. They all leaped over the bronze, silver, and gold celestial gates, but didn't see the ancient celestial gate. As expected, without the plane power in their bodies, it was impossible to go to the fourth celestial gate. Even so, Lin Luo and the others' battle prowess was extremely shocking. They were at least 4-star warriors. Ling Han thought for a moment, and then passed the ancient Yang scripture to Lin Luo and the others. These were truly his people, and Ling Han hoped that they would become strong. In the future, each and every one of them could be of help to him. Lin Luo and the others didn't stand on ceremony. In any case, they had already received too much kindness from Ling Han, so it didn't matter if they did it again. They were a real family, so why would they need to stand on ceremony? Ling Han smiled. The ancient Yang scripture really came at the right time. Lin Luo and the others were all geniuses among geniuses. With a saint's cultivation technique, their future would be limitless. The Empress, Hunyo, and the large black dog had also reached the mystery-seeking tier. As long as they opened all the apertures in their body, they could also break through to the foundation-building tier. Everything was so perfect. The little girl also returned. She bought over 100 connectors in one go. In her words, she had already made a trip, so if she only bought a few, it would be too unfair to her. It was good to have more. Ling Han took one for himself, and then gave one to Lin Luo and the others. The Empress and Hunyo naturally had one as well, but they hadn't advanced into the celestial tier yet, so they couldn't use it yet. That would require the support of incredibly powerful mental energy, so they had to be at least in the foundation building tier. He was in high spirits as he put on the connector. It was extremely small, only the size of a grain of rice. It could be hidden in his hair or even in his eyes. It was extremely convenient. After putting it on, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "This connector is currently not connected to any living beings. The soul of the wearer has been detected, and no account has been set up. Would you like to create a new account?" "Yes," Ling Han replied telepathically. Connecting to the Star Web platform, creating an account. The voice said. After a while, it sounded again. "The account has been created. You can set a name for yourself." Ling Han thought about it and said, "Number 1 under the starry sky." The voice didn't respond immediately. After a while, it asked in a doubtful tone, "Do you really want to use this name?" "Of course." Ling Han smiled. Anyway, it was just a code name. As long as he didn't say that the number 1 under the starry sky on the internet was Ling Han, it was fine. "I hope you're worthy of this title." The voice actually said something quite human. Ling Han was surprised. "Huh, you actually have emotions?" The voice had recovered its indifference. "I'm the soul of the Star Web, created by the 4 great emperors. It's absolutely fair, and the information of every connector is absolutely confidential. As long as you don't choose to make it public, it definitely won't be leaked." Ling Han chuckled. He believed in the confidentiality of the Star Web. After all, after so many years of operation, there had never been a precedent of someone being leaked by the Chang family and causing an accident. This was also one of the reasons why everyone would choose to connect to the Star Web, absolute confidentiality. However, the soul of the Star Web only talked about fairness, but avoided the topic of emotions, which was a bit interesting. Ling Han didn't delve into it. He finally had his own Star Web account and could make a fortune. "I want to go to the interstellar arena," Ling Han said with his consciousness. Xiao, his consciousness seemed to have leaped countless distances in an instant. In front of him, a towering giant city appeared. Because entering the competition requires a materialized soul and consumes energy, there is a fee. The voice of the soul of the Star Web sounded again. "Every day you stay there will be a fee of $1. Less than a day will be counted as a day." Damn, robbing money. Ling Han didn't lack Dao stones, but he didn't go to the Chang family's exchange point to exchange for universe dollars. He could be said to be extremely poor. Add me as a friend, Ling Han said as he reported Lin Sun's account number. The friend request has been sent. Please wait. After a while, Ling Han received a notification that his friend request had been accepted. Brother Ling, is that you? Lin Sun's voice sounded. Of course, this was a consciousness that crossed who knows how many spaces through the star web. Ling Han nodded. That's me. When he applied for a friend, he chose to hide his name, so on Lin Sun's side, he could only see Ling Han's account number. That was a series of unusually long numbers, because since ancient times until now, who knew how many people had accessed the star web, so the number of this account number was obviously outrageously long. However, Ling Han had also added a note in the application message, I am Ling Han. Thus, Lin Sun had approved it at the first instant. Of course, Lin Sun still had to confirm it. The two of them opened the video communication. Immediately, both of them were in the same room and could see each other clearly. However, they were in a virtual room. Now that you have your own star web account, I'll immediately transfer the money to you. Lin Sun was still very smart. He didn't need Ling Han to say it to know his intentions. Ling Han smiled. Sorry for the trouble. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Sun said as he transferred all of Ling Han's money over. It wasn't much, just a few hundred universe dollars. However, Ling Han felt that it was enough as a startup capital. Then I'll get busy first. Contact me later. Ling Han was in a hurry to go to the arena. Alright. Lin Sun nodded. Ling Han cut off the connection and said, send me to the arena. This time, he had money. After deducting one universe dollar, he entered the arena. He came to a room. There was no wall on the other side of the room. He could clearly see the outside, but it was an empty arena. Newbie, familiarize yourself with the various rules first. The voice of the star web soul sounded. Pa, pa, pa. A pile of books fell from the sky and onto the table. This star web soul definitely has its own will. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so arrogant. Aren't I a consciousness body now? Can't you directly transfer the rules to me? Ling Han complained before picking up the book and flipping through it. Immediately, the information turned into a stream of consciousness and entered his sea of consciousness. Chapter 37-36. Ling Han opened the thread and saw that it was indeed referring to him. Apart from winning all 11 matches, his name had also been hyped up. After all, being the number one under the starry skies was too much of a mockery. What kind of person is he? He only won 11 matches in a row and he dares to call himself the number one under the starry skies? He came up with such a name before the battle even started. When it comes to posturing, I'm convinced. Winning 11 matches in a row doesn't mean anything. After all, this isn't the ranking tournament. There's no meaning if he only wins against nobodies. Alright, let me make a list. Everyone, let's see who the number one under the starry skies has defeated and who will he win against next. Everyone replied one after another, and it was very lively. Ling Han also joined in and said, if you're not convinced, come and fight. I'll open the arena. Since he had already made a name for himself, it was time to reap the harvest. Ling Han reopened the arena, and after losing one universe coin, he still set up a bet, but he cancelled the setting of paying to enter the arena. On the spectator settings, he chose to let it be free. This was, of course, temporary. When he made a name for himself, those who wanted to watch him fight would have to pay. Who's not convinced, come and fight. He opened a new thread on the forum and started the path of mockery. In just a short while, someone chose to fight with him. After receiving the notification from the Star Web platform, Ling Han accepted the challenge. Instantly, his figure turned into shattered light, and when he condensed again, he was already in the arena. His opponent was a young man full of heroic spirit. The other party didn't hide his battle results, and it was obvious at a glance. Zheng Huayun, Star Web rank, 975,884,250, battle count, 1006, wins, 305, losses, 701, draws, 0. Looking at the surrounding spectator stands, there were over 20 people who entered, which could be said to be a pitiful number. Although Ling Han was a little popular on the forum, not many people were willing to waste time to watch a newbie's battle. Number 1 under the starry skies, my brain is muddled. Bam! That opponent was just about to mock Ling Han, but Ling Han had already rushed in front of that person in an instant. With a punch, that person was sent flying. While his body was still in midair, it turned into light and shadow fragments and dissipated. Solved. Clean, efficient, and relaxed. Damn! When the 20 or so spectators saw this, they all revealed expressions of extreme shock. What the hell? That was too fast. One punch and it was over. Quick, look at the replay. Fuck, we haven't even paid for the recording. If you were fighting or watching a battle in the arena, you could pay a fee to have the platform record the battle. Especially if you watched the battle after the battle, you could sum up your own shortcomings and correct them. I can only wait for the next match. Ling Han continued to wait for the challenge. This time, he had earned 10 universe credits. Very good, he finally had a good start. In just a short while, another person came in to challenge him. And because of the previous battle, the spectators called their friends, and more than 10 people came in. They immediately paid for the arena to record the battle. This time, Ling Han's opponent was a middle-aged man. Without saying a word, he immediately rushed towards Ling Han. Ling Han did not hold back and just punched. Bang! The battle was over. In the spectator seats, although everyone was already mentally prepared, they still could not hide their shock. This guy's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 100 million. Therefore, those who are ranked after 100 million should not come and ask for a snub. Everyone was making their own judgments. Someone immediately posted a video of the battle that had just been recorded. This quickly attracted the attention of many people, and they all replied below, expressing their admiration for Ling Han's strength. I boldly predict that this will be a new star, destined to shine in the universe in the future. Do you really think that he is the number 1 under the starry skies? Right now, his opponents are all ranked beyond 800 million. Naturally, they will not be able to withstand a punch from him. Wait until he makes it to the top 100 million. Not bad, the top 100 million is the first dividing line. Those who can stand out among the 10 are qualified to be called geniuses. Most of the people who replied below thought that Ling Han was far from being a top genius, let alone the number 1 under the starry skies. However, more and more people challenged Ling Han, but all of them were killed with a single punch, causing Ling Han's reputation to grow. Someone posted on the forum, seeking the top 100 million foundation establishment experts to come out and teach a madman a lesson. In the post, the opponents that Ling Han had defeated were listed in detail, and some were even accompanied by battle videos. Who dares to use the title of number 1 under the starry skies? I'll teach him a lesson and make him change his name immediately, someone replied. Hey, is that God Guan? An expert ranked in the 90 million. It's settled now. Ling Han received a notification from the arena. Someone had challenged him, and just as he was about to confirm, he received another notification. He had finished queuing up and could now fight the ranking battle. Without hesitation, Ling Han chose the ranking battle. He had waited for an hour, so of course it was a high priority. Why hasn't the battle started yet? That's not right, even the arena is gone. This guy ran away. Huh, what a joke, he ran away as soon as he saw God Guan. Can't help it, Guan Xian is an expert ranked in the 90 million, it's normal for him not to accept the challenge. Sigh, I was looking forward to it for nothing. Seeing that the battle had yet to start, everyone shook their heads. Guan Xian, who had challenged Ling Han, sneered and immediately posted on the forum, mocking Ling Han. At this time, Ling Han was in a daze in the arena. This ranking battle was different from the arena mode. After entering the arena, he had 3 minutes to adjust his state, and it was mandatory. How depressing, he could at least fight 2 or 3 matches in 3 minutes and earn 20 to 30 universe dollars. Finally, the 3-minute countdown passed, and the invisible barrier that had been restricting his area of activity disappeared, allowing him to move freely in this huge arena area. Of course, his opponent had also left the space that had been restricting him and walked out with large strides. In these 3 minutes, Ling Han had of course looked through his opponent's information, but coincidentally, his opponent was actually the same as him, a newbie on the interstellar network. This was his first time fighting in the arena. You're really unlucky. The opponent was called Zhao Yongxi, and it was unknown whether it was his real name or a random name. He was tall and slender, and it was unknown whether it was his real face or not. He crossed his hands behind his back and looked at Ling Han. Although this is my first time connecting to the galactic network, I was in seclusion and didn't have the chance to get the connector. I'm a 4-star genius at Heaven Foundation establishment. His face was full of pride, and this was definitely not fake. Chapter 37:37. Ling Han could not help but laugh. How could this Zhao Yongxi know that he was not a rich second generation who could obtain the connecting device when he had just entered the Foundation establishment realm? They were both in the Heaven Foundation establishment realm, and he could even defeat a 5-star genius in the Ultimate Foundation establishment realm. What was this Zhao Yongxi? Come, you win if you can block 10 moves from me. Ling Han crooked his finger. Zhao Yongxi could not help but be furious. He was a famous figure among the younger generation of the Fei Yuan planet. His background was extraordinary, and because of this, his family rules were very strict. He was only allowed to obtain the connecting device after passing the spirit test and come into contact with the wider world. He was not allowed to come into contact with the star web immediately because he was afraid that his Tao heart would be unstable, and he would lose his confidence after being beaten by even stronger geniuses. After the spirit test, his Tao heart would be stable. No matter how badly he was beaten, he would not lose his fighting spirit and become a useless person. Therefore, even though he was not ranked in the star web, in terms of real strength, he could be ranked in the top 20 of the Foundation establishment realm of the Fei Yuan planet. This was because he was in the Heaven Foundation establishment realm. When he reached the Ultimate Foundation establishment realm, he should be the #1 expert. After all, he was a 4-star genius, and there would only be one in every generation. Of course, in the star web, there were many 4-star geniuses, and there were even monsters that surpassed 4-star. He was a great genius, a great expert, and someone actually said that he could defeat him in 10 moves. Hee, this was really funny, a big joke. Boasting shamelessly. He smiled coldly and then leaped forward, charging toward Ling Han. Brat, today, I will let you know the difference in strength. Remember this lesson and my name. Soon, I, Zhao Yongxi, will be famous throughout the world. Ling Han stood still and did not move. When his opponent had reached him, he shot out a punch. Zhao Yongxi forcefully blocked it. Boom, the two forces collided, and his expression immediately changed. However, the vast energy had already surged over, and he was sent flying. In fact, there was no real collision of forces. It was just that the star web platform had simulated their mystic power, psychokinesis, and corresponding techniques. Why was it so real? That was naturally the means of a great emperor. Every ancestral king stood at the peak of the world, invincible in an era. Other than being unable to live forever, there was absolutely nothing they couldn't do. Ling Han shook his head and said, "That's all you have? You might not even be able to take 3 moves from me." He did not use his full strength, but even so, the power of his punch was still not something that Zhao Yongxi could contend with. Zhao Yongxi was a little startled. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Han's number of battles couldn't be faked, he would have suspected that a cauldron-casting realm or even stronger genius was suppressing his cultivation to fight him. Why are they so strong? He was already a super rookie. How could anyone be more outstanding than him? Zhao Yongxi did not believe this. With a loud roar, he once again charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han absent-mindedly stretched out his hand to press, control, and block, yet he easily blocked all of Zhao Yongxi's attacks. Moreover, every time he blocked an attack, he would still have the remaining strength to strike back at Zhao Yongxi, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. 9 moves. He said with a smile. Zhao Yongxi didn't say anything. He already knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Han. His only hope was to withstand 10 moves from Ling Han. That way, at least he wouldn't lose completely. "Ah!" he roared, and channeled his most powerful celestial technique. High-level energy surged, and his right hand actually transformed into an azure dragon head that blasted toward Ling Han. Ling Han also became a little more serious. He executed the demon monkey fist and blasted it towards Zhao Yongxi. Bang! The demon monkey fist raised boundless mighty force, and it wasn't something that Zhao Yongxi could resist. With a single strike, he was blasted away. His body turned into shattered light and immediately disappeared. Congratulations on obtaining the first victory. You have obtained 10 grades from this battle. The ranking will be updated 7 hours later according to your grade. The basis of matching in the ranking battle was points. It would always be a battle between people with similar points. Those who were stronger would rapidly rise up, while those who weren't would be stuck at a certain number of points. This was because points would be deducted if one lost. Of course, people like Zhao Yongxi had 0 points to begin with, so there wouldn't be a situation where he would have negative points. Ling Han also left the battle area. He returned to his room and continued to queue up for the ranking battle. Another hour or so passed. According to the arena's rules, the ranking battle was only valid for the first 3 battles every day. After that, no matter who won or lost, points wouldn't be added or deducted. It was the same for the opponents. This ranking battle was matched according to points. If one defeated someone with a higher ranking than oneself, the points obtained would correspondingly be a little more, and if one lost to someone with a lower ranking, the points deducted would also be a little more. Someone had calculated that even if one maintained an undefeated record, it would take at least a year to enter the top 1,000 if one fought 3 battles every day. If one could directly challenge others, a newcomer might immediately become the strongest person in the ranking. However, there was too much exaggeration in this. Now that the ranking battle could guarantee that one could enter the top 1,000 or 10,000, they were definitely true geniuses. Ling Han ran to the forum to take a look and realized that there were many posts on it. They were all targeting his desertion and expressing strong disdain for him. He went to open another arena, but no one came to accept the challenge. Instead, they sent him private messages and insulted him, forcing Ling Han to activate the function of only receiving private messages from friends. Only then did it quiet down. He had only gone to fight in the ranking battle, but he was actually seen as abandoning the battle and becoming a deserter. Forget it, he had also earned quite a lot of universe dollars today. Furthermore, as an expert, he couldn't always hang around at this level. It would lower his level, and it wouldn't be easy to earn big money in the future. Ling Han didn't log out of the Star Web platform. Instead, he went to the elixir store. There were many alchemists selling elixirs here. As long as you paid, you could directly find someone to pick up the goods. Of course, you could also choose to let them send it over, as long as the place you were at had a galactic-grade teleportation formation. The teleportation fees were at your own expense. Alchemist was a very scarce occupation, and the appearance of the star web was very beneficial to alchemists. It allowed the limited resources to be fought over by more people, which naturally increased the status of alchemists. What Ling Han wanted wasn't elixirs but a suitable elixir recipe. Elixir recipes were unique. As long as it appeared once on the star web platform, only the first seller could continue selling it. The others would be considered as pirated copies, and if discovered, there would be heavy penalties. Ling Han was searching for the elixir recipe that was most suitable for him. Firstly, he was only at the foundation establishment stage and had limited spiritual energy. He could at most refine 2-star elixirs, which was suitable for the cast tripod realm. This was a huge limitation. Secondly, he wanted to find an elixir recipe that few other alchemists could refine. This way, when he refined the same batch of elixirs, the benefits would be 10 times or even 100 times better than other alchemists of the same grade. It shall be you. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.